Thank you. We will resume with outcome 2 and we'll proceed straight to questions. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. Welcome back after dinner. Secretary, just before the break, I indicated I'd be asking some questions about the coroner's findings of the 16th of January this year into the death of Jerwin Royupa, which raises concerns about how he was treated, but also very real structural concerns about your department's oversight of 407 sponsorship visas. Has the department received a copy of the coroner's report?
We have, Senator.
And have you undertaken a review of the findings and the recommendations?
So, Senator, the recommendations in the coroner's report were directed to the Minister in terms of undertaking a review, etc. But it's my understanding that the Minister will embrace the findings of that inquiry. We've talked through with him the kinds of things that we've been doing over the last couple of years and also what we would like to do going forward. In particular, there's been a very significant enhancement in law and practice around exploitation of migrant workers in the last couple of years, and certainly since Mr. Royupa came to Australia. But Ms Sharp and others can take you through the range of things that we've done and that we are preparing to do. I also met after the coroner's report was handed down with Mr. Royupa's sister to understand what was most important to the family as we move forward, and we will continue to engage with her.
Well, Secretary, I'm glad you met with the sister, and I'm glad to hear that the recommendation, you understand recommendation 1 will be, your expectation is it will be accepted by the Minister. But the sister's statements as recorded in the coroner's report are quite shocking. She said, and I'm quoting from the coroner's report, the training visa operates like a visa for slaves, where there's no monitoring. DHA, that's Department of Home Affairs, did no monitoring at all during his placement. Nobody even came by to ask, are you still alive? And as you would know, the report records that he was working 16 hours a week in extreme heat without protection, had his passport taken from him, and it's not even clear he's ever paid. What did you say to his sister, given her concerns being expressed to you about the lack of monitoring, the lack of care?
So, Senator, I'm conscious that I don't want to betray the confidence of our discussion, but in broad terms, I listened to her perspective and her story and that of her family, and then we discussed the kinds of responses that we thought would make most difference to test those with her and heard her views on those.
All right. The coroner found, and I'll quote from the coroner, I find that the Department of Home Affairs does not take active steps to supervise compliance or prevent employers taking advantage of overseas trainees, thereby exposing vulnerable overseas workers to an unacceptable risk of exploitation in high-risk industries such as the agricultural industry. Do you accept that finding?
So, Senator, I made the point before that this tragic death took place some years ago, and there have been some very significant improvements in the management of migrant worker exploitation since that time. We are certainly working to understand where the greatest vulnerabilities are in relation to this visa and how we can address those.
Well, one of the concerns that expressed is the apparent absence of vetting of Joan's sponsor before he was approved to host a 407 training visa. Was there vetting done that you're aware of? Is it now routine that vetting is done of sponsors?
Senator, we are working through some changes to the regulations to ensure that the vetting of the sponsor happens before, and some other changes, programmatic changes to deal with the way the visa was used in that case and in others, to try and continue the work that Ms Foster has referred to, that we've been going to really tighten up everywhere we see it against migrant worker exploitation.
So that's a prospective plan of work. Will that cover across the board on migrant visa projects?
One of the other streams of work that we're doing as part of that review of the training visa is really trying to get better at risk identification within the visa, looking at which the training visa is used in a lot of different ways across the economy. It's most commonly used not in agriculture. That's actually a small group, but that is good from our perspective because that means we can target our sponsor monitoring unit resources and work closely with the FWO on the sectors most likely to engage in exploitation while having a lighter touch on some of the less risky.
Less vulnerable cohorts.
I think, because we're short of time, I might just go to, I think, what I'm hearing from the sector and from people who are engaged in this space is there have been some advances with the Workplace Justice Visa Pilot, and the regulation sets out a number of accredited third parties that can assist. The difficulty, and it's highlighted in Joan's case, is there was nobody proximate at all to him on that list who could assist. The regulations exclude unions and they exclude community legal centres from being places that can go to assist. Those two bodies, or those two civil society places, unions and community legal centres, if they were included in the regulations, then Joan may have had somewhere to go. He may have had a community legal centre he could attend to. He may have had a union that he could reach to under the Workplace Justice Visa project. Will you extend through the regulations to include those two groups?
So Senator, we have, as Ms Sharp said, we have the Minister's agreement to review and redo the regulation, and we will look at all of the options available to us to provide options, avenues for those who are most vulnerable. It is tragic that Mr Ruyupa found himself in a situation of exploitation and had no access to support in that time. And as Ms Sharp said, we'll look very closely at the occupations where there are red flags, where there are people operating solo, where there are untested employers, where there are remote locations. So yes, all of that is on our agenda, but Senator, I'm not going to say before we do the review that we will definitely do A or B. We will certainly look at all those options. I
should just clarify, because I'm now looking more closely at the regulations. There are unions on the list, so there are some unions on the list. There is, so far as I can see, 4 community legal centres on the list. 4 community legal centres and a list of unions on the list. But when it comes to Joan's case, the nearest community legal centre I think was in Redfern. You know, if the Hume Riverina Community Legal Service, for example, had been on the list, he would have had somewhere to go. I come back again to saying I think people are looking at this Worker Justice Visa project as the pilot has been a positive thing. But this case shows that unless there's ubiquitous access to help, and it's where people are, and so many of these migrant workers are in places like the Riverina, very remote, unless that's rapidly expanded, more lives will be lost.
Senator, we are in screaming agreement with you. We understand that there was not support for Mr Riupa. And as I said, we are trying to look at how we can ensure that we're targeting the supports and resources to those most vulnerable, most in need.
All right. Well, can I ask you, is there a time frame for this? Because, you know, as we're talking, there might be more of these young men, young women, right now, without the help they need. What's the time frame?
So, Senator, the regulations are being looked at this year, but I think Ms Sharp and Mr Willard can probably talk to you about other measures we've got in place.
Well, perhaps I'd invite that on notice, if there's additional measures, if you could provide them on notice. But I might just say to them, ask the Minister, expanding the list of places where vulnerable migrant workers can go to get help could be life-saving. Will you speak to the Minister or convey to the Minister the call from many community legal centres to urgently have these regulations updated?
I'm happy to convey that. I'm pretty confident the Minister is aware of this as well, and I know that his office is listening in as well, but I'm happy to convey that.
And Senator, to be clear, we are seeing to have the new regulations in place for the start of the new financial year, so the middle of this year.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, and if I can just echo Senator Shoebridge's concern in relation to that matter. It is a very, very important matter, so thank you. Mr Keeley, is he here? Oh, there he is. I just wanted to ask some questions on legal representation and the report you've received in relation to success or otherwise of programs where legal funding's been provided in relation to onshore protection visa claims. So I think you talked about some of the programs, additional funding that had been provided in terms of provision of legal representation to onshore protection visa claimants. Has the department received any performance reporting from the states or the Attorney General's Department in relation to government-funded legal advice for onshore protection visa applications? So do you have anything you can share with us now, and feel free to take it on notice with respect to the success or otherwise in relation to the impact of that additional funding?
Yeah, so thanks, Senator. So there's been a range of additional funding provided to legal providers over the last few years, both for protection visa assessments. There was also legal funding provided for the transition of individuals on a temporary protection visa and safe haven enterprise visa through to the resolution of status, also for Afghans who came after the fall of Kabul. So a range of legal funding has been provided over the last couple of years. I have a little bit of data here, but I'm happy to take the rest of it on notice. So for the period between the 1st of January and the 30th of June 2025, so this is in relation to the protection visa funding that was provided to a range of community legal services, 1,103 individuals received immigration advice, application assistance and or visa lodgement services. And there are 166 community engagement activities delivered during that period, including face-to-face sessions, online meetings and information sessions and social media outreach.
So how does that, what commentary can you provide with respect to that number of engagements? Was it value for money? Was it more than you thought, less than you thought? How do we assess the impact of that? You've told us the engagement level, but the number of people who received advice, but how do we quantify the benefit of that as opposed to the cost?
I think one of the key elements behind the legal assistance funding in the context of the protection visa reforms more broadly was trying to ensure that people understood the purpose of the protection visa regime. This data doesn't tell us if those individuals would have otherwise received assistance, but we're hoping that through the funding, and particularly through the community engagement activities, that we're reaching more people than would otherwise have been reached, and ensuring that people understand the purpose of the protection visa system and aren't looking to misuse it. But I'll take on notice whether there's any further data or metrics that we have that go to your question.
Okay, is there a working group across the Department of Home Affairs and Department of Attorney General with respect to this funding? Are you working together in relation to assessing the impact?
So there's two things on that. So we work, engage closely with the Attorney General's Department, as we've touched on earlier. We also have extensive engagement with the funded legal providers. So across each of the programs that I've mentioned, there's regular engagement, weekly or fortnightly engagements where the protection visa team is meeting regularly with those legal providers to understand what's going on, how the funding's been delivered, and to problem solve and troubleshoot along the way.
Okay. To what extent is the department, and this is maybe a question for everyone, to what extent is the department engaging with, say, diaspora groups in relation to these sorts of issues? So you see these spikes that occur from time to time from people from various countries. I'm particularly talking about those with low grant rates, and begs the question in my mind as to how effective are we in terms of getting into the diaspora communities, communicating with leaders of the diaspora communities and trying to deal with the issue that way through education, etc.
One of the measures in respect of dealing with the protection visa issues has been a communications campaign with particular diaspora groups.
Okay.
Mr. Kiley does have some information he could share if you have the time on that.
Sure.
But there is a real effort, and there's also a campaign that we've been running through social media channels that is targeted to make people understand, because often people don't understand the consequences of what they're doing, to have a better understanding of an unmeritorious claim and the implications of that.
So further to what Mr Willard noted in terms of the purpose of those strategic communications, we produced more than 260 products, including fact sheets, social media content, animations, case study videos in 19 different languages, and they were distributed to audiences in 14 culturally and linguistically diverse communities across Australia. Across a range of channels, we engaged community ambassadors, we ran information sessions, engaged called media outlets, Home Affairs, social media networks as well. So extensive avenues to try and push that information out.
Can I just ask you to take on notice, if you can just break that down, which countries, which language groups?
Of course.
And on now, my small tranche of questions is in relation to 198 AE statements, and then Senator Dunningham has a short number of questions. I'm noting in relation to section 198 AE statements tabled by the government, the reason given for the exemption is typically in the public interest. Well, that seems to be a typical reason which is given without any further explanation. But when you actually look at the wording of the subsection in particular, it talks about the giving of reasons for why it's in the public interest. So I just wanted to ask, in relation to these statements, what the thinking is in terms of the provision of reasons.
Senator, I'd need to have a look. I thought there was a little. I agree with you that they're not a full statement of reasons, but I did think there were more words than just in the public interest. So I would need to have another look at the ones you're referring to.
Okay, if you can have another look at that, and then just on notice, for each of the determinations made under that section in the last 12 months, could you advise where the individuals actually went following the exemption? So what actually happened? Whether they were removed to their country of origin, removed to a third country, or remain in Australia, just so we can see what happened. How many individuals covered by those exemptions in the last 12 months remain in Australia today, and what their visa status or legal basis is, and looking at the pattern, if I can use that word, of section 198 AE statements, and I'm not imposing that on you, does the department, what does the department consider is the material proportion exemptions appear to have been granted simply to facilitate removal elsewhere rather than transfer to a regional processing country? And if so, why has section 198 AE required it all in those cases? So the thinking with respect to the rationale of using the 198 AE statements.
I could probably answer that last bit at the table, which is that under 198 AD, we're under a duty to remove any person who arrives, any unauthorised maritime arrival, we must remove them to a regional processing country. That's a duty, unless a 198AE determination is made. So we don't have a discretion to just remove them to their own country if they are in the migration zone.
Okay.
So frequently, if
Okay.
let me rephrase. One of the common reasons we would use a 198AE is where we've assessed that the best way to remove the person is direct back to another country.
Okay. And then Senator Dunningham has just a few short questions, I think.
Very helpful of you, Senator Scarr.
But I'm in the chair's hands.
Senator Dunningham.
Thank you, Chair. I would not want to fall foul of that. Okay, so just some brief questions. Numbers of visas issued are done by financial year, is that right, or is it by calendar year?
Typically it's financial year.
Financial, okay. For the financial year 23-24 and 24-25, are you able to tell me, and you'll probably have to take it on notice, how many visas were granted to Palestinian nationals?
I can see what I have here, but I may need to take that on notice, Senator. Did you say 23-24?
Yes.
And 24-25?
Correct.
Yeah, I do think I have some data on that.
And 25 to date?
So you're looking for visa grants overall. So I have a figure that aggregates the period from November 2023 to
Okay, perfect.
November 2025. So this is just over 2 year period. I don't have it broken down by financial year though. And that figure is 6,957, and that covers all types of visas.
Right.
I'd make the point that isn't unique individuals, that's visas.
Visas, so an
one
individual may have
could
multiple.
held a few visas.
Yes. How many do you think? I mean, look, we'll come back to that. So how many of those, and this will be difficult, but given what you've just said, but how many of those individuals that have been granted visas have arrived in Australia?
So the best figure I can give you in respect of that is the one we touched on at the last estimates. And this is a figure that's the number of visa holders in Australia who are Palestinian nationals.
Yes, that sounds to be what I'm after. So what was that figure again? And it hasn't changed since the last estimates, you're saying?
It hasn't changed considerably. I think I took you to about August, if I remember correctly. I have September, October and November. And this is at the end of the month, the number of visa holders in the country. So August was 2,238. September, that figure was 2,268, so 30 more. October, it was 2,322. And then end of November was 2,306.
A reduction. Okay.
Yes.
Do you have a breakdown of the visa subclasses that were used to grant entry to these people during that period?
I can take that on notice.
That's fine. Do you have a number of visa applications made by Palestinian nationals that have been refused in the same period?
I do. So in that same period, visa refusals for Palestinians from 7th of October 2023 to 30th of November 2025, the total was 9,449, and the same caveat applies, Senator, that's visa decisions, not individuals.
Yeah. Are you able to tell me if any of those were refused on national security or character grounds, and if so, how many?
I can take that on notice, Senator.
Sure, that's fine. And how many visas that have been granted to this group have since been cancelled?
I feel my colleague might be approaching the table, Senator.
Senator, since the 7th of October 2023 to the 30th November 2025, so a similar time period.
Sure.
There were 26 cancellations that have remained cancelled, and I say that because there were a further 28 visas that were cancelled but were revoked. So the visa was reinstated.
Oh, right, okay, right, got you.
And that's offshore cancellations.
Okay, that deals with my next question. Thank you very much. And so just of those cancellations, were any of those for national security reasons?
They were, Senator, so 18 of those had an element of national security to them, noting that 7 of those 18 were revoked as well.
Sorry, that
So 7 of those 18 cancellations were subsequently revoked.
Got you. Understood. Thank you. And do we have the most recent date for an arrival of a Palestinian national on a visa? Or we'd be constrained by your...
The most recent date of Palestinian nationals arrived on a visa?
Yes.
I don't have that, but I'd make the point. There are many Palestinians who are travelling on Palestinian travel documents.
Yes.
Who may, for example, live in Australia on a temporary visa and have business interests that mean they travel to New Zealand a lot, as just as an example.
Or a dual national.
Right.
Yep.
You know, it might be British and Palestinian, for example.
Sure.
So Palestinian nationals are arriving and departing all the time, as those figures I gave you show.
That does me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Senator Pocock.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for your time this evening. I've heard reports from organisations who've been in contact with women's rights advocates who have fled the Taliban to Pakistan and other surrounding countries and are at very high risk of being deported back to Afghanistan and face a high likelihood of being killed on their return. I'm interested if the department has seen these reports and, if so, what you're doing about it.
Senator, we are aware of reports that there is some pressure from the Pakistani government on Afghan nationals to return them to Afghanistan where they don't have a right to remain in Pakistan. We have made approaches via our post in Islamabad to the Pakistani government. We have an arrangement where we do let the Pakistani government know circumstances where we have someone who is on a humanitarian pathway and is moving towards or holds a visa, and ask that they take that into account when they're seeking to remove people. So we have made representations in that respect as much as we're able to.
And Senator, I should add to that Minister Burke met with his counterpart to reinforce those representations and to make a commitment that where Australia was in a position to bring those people to Australia, we would A, do that as expeditiously as we could, and B, work with them so that we didn't have a situation where we were imminently about to be able to bring someone to Australia, but Pakistan didn't know that and therefore deported them. So we are trying at every level to manage as best we can, with sort of 2 caveats. One, as you know, is the overall number of people that we can bring in, and secondly, the extreme difficulty of operating in this environment. So we are extremely sensitive to the facts as you outlined them and doing all we can.
Thank you. That's really good. Thank you for your work on that. Does the department treat women who've worked with Australian aid organisations as a priority cohort within the offshore humanitarian program? How does that work?
I'll let Mr. Kiley talk to the prioritisation, but there's 2 elements. One is the formerly locally engaged staff, and the other element is a category that might broadly meet what you're talking about in terms of women at risk.
Yes, that's right. So they are 2 of the key priorities under the humanitarian program, and certainly applied to delivery of places to Afghan nationals. So locally engaged employees who supported Australia's mission in Afghanistan are the highest priority. There are 2 steps to that process. The first is they need to submit a certification application to Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade or Defence, and they do a certification process to confirm that employment or that link to the Australian government. And then once that certification is made, we then prioritise their visa. On the women at risk process. That's primarily through UNHCR referrals, where they're aware of particular individuals who might be in particularly vulnerable circumstances. They would refer them to the Australian government, and we would look to prioritise those applications as well.
Thank you. And can you tell me, in the last 12 months, how many visas have been given to, specifically given to women who are at risk of Taliban reprisals?
I'm not sure I have. Let me have a look. So in the 24-25 program year, there were approximately 200 visas granted under the specific women at risk visa category, which is the 204 subclass. There would have been other women at risk granted through the special humanitarian program as well, but just not categorised as such. And similarly for this program year through to 30 November, less than 40 visas granted under the specific women at risk category, but again, many others would generally fall in that category across the program.
Okay. And how, within those, I understand you've got sort of the two levels of priority. How does the department triage the urgency of applications? I've been informed by sort of advocates working in this space that the department has reportedly advised that all applicants are in similarly compelling circumstances rather than sort of triaging those most at risk.
That is correct. As Ms Foster noted, we have many more applications on hand than we do have places in the program. That's across the program generally, as well as lodgements by Afghan nationals. So the LEE applications in particular, they are prioritised. They are the highest priority. So as soon as we identify an individual that's been certified, we will process them as quickly as possible. Again, the circumstances in the countries in the region that we're processing may impact processing times, but we look to expedite them as much as possible. Similarly to women at risk as well, where they're brought to our attention by the UNHCR, they will be expedited as quickly as possible.
Senator, we also, as you can imagine, receive representations to our various ministers, which they pass on to us, which allows us to identify individuals who might need to be taken out of the queue because of particular circumstances. For example, where we have families where daughters are about to reach an age where they wouldn't be able to travel with their families, and if we were to process them in the normal way, there would be a perverse outcome. And so we do respond to those circumstances when they're brought to our attention or when we're aware of that.
Okay, thank you. And just wanted to touch on Iran as well, with the brutal crackdown that we're seeing on protesters in Iran. Could you maybe explain what's happening with people who have visas that are either expiring or their applications for extensions, how are those being handled for Iranians currently in Australia?
Any Iranian who's in Australia can apply for a further visa if they're eligible. We do take into account extenuating circumstances when we consider applications. We do that on a case-by-case basis, but we'd encourage any Iranian to lodge a further visa application if they intend to stay in Australia beyond the validity of their current visa.
And can you sort of tell us how many applications for extensions you've had in the last 12 months, and then maybe how many have been rejected as well?
I'll take that on notice, Senator.
Thank you. And what about Australians who have family trying to flee Iran? What does support look like there?
Similarly, broadly, people can apply for visas. They can do that online. I know that's been an issue in Iran in terms of accessing the internet, but it is possible to apply on behalf of a family member. We do then have to consider the application against the criteria for the grant of that particular visa. I do know as well we're continuing to work with humanitarian cohorts who are in Iran, so this is non-Iranians, so Afghans is the prime example, in terms of enabling them to travel if they hold a humanitarian visa from Iran. It's an extremely difficult and volatile situation, but we do continue to work on it.
Okay,
And
thank you.
as I think you're aware, Senator, familial links in Australia are one of the considerations in that decision-making process.
Thank you. I've just got 2 more questions. Okay, cool. Just back to Afghanistan. Australia signed onto an international court case against the Taliban under the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. I'm interested what protections are being offered to the women whose testimony underpin that action.
I think that might be a question more for Foreign Affairs and Trade, Senator, unless my colleagues can help.
Okay. I can follow them up with that and maybe just chuck it on as a question on notice. And then you talked about the processes in place if someone's at imminent risk of deportation and falls into one of those 2 groups. Do you have a sufficient sort of emergency pathway to expedite things to make sure that they aren't sent back to Afghanistan? What does that look like?
Senator, we do make representations. Ultimately, some of these decisions are decisions of the Pakistani government, so we can't control all of those decisions. We do have, through assisted passage providers, arrangements where individuals are supported in their travel to Australia. Again, it can be a very challenging environment, one where we don't control all of the elements of that environment.
So, for example, it can be difficult for us to get people to centres where we can assist them.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. Just following up on the issue in Iran in particular, there are very real concerns being raised with me that Australia has closed the last place for biometrics to be tested, and without biometrics being tested and taken, no one can advance a visa in Iran. Everyone's just stuck. Can't get a visa to return, can't get a visa to enter. Is that the situation?
So, Senator, there's been periods where the biometrics centre has been closed, and there's been periods when the places in which people do medical tests have been closed. I don't have the current status of that centre. It has been closed and open according to different circumstances.
What I'm hearing is that it's closed now and it's closed for the indefinite future, and that means no one can get a visa progressed.
I can take that point on notice just to confirm the status.
All right. It's urgent to get it reopened for people to have access. You know, without that, nothing can get started, really.
Senator, we do get pretty regular briefings on the status of that biometric facility, which is, as Mr Willard said, it does report. Sometimes it's closed, depending on the state of protest activity. We will follow up, given what you're saying, to find out its status as of this week.
All right. I just might move quickly to offshore processing. It's my understanding that Australian government support for people seeking asylum and refugees who are formally detained on Manus or otherwise removed to Port Moresby is going to end in April 2026. Is that right?
Mr Thomas will be able to help with that one.
Apologies, Senator. Could you just repeat the question?
The support, the Australian government support to refugees and people seeking asylum, some who came from Manus, some who were otherwise sent to Port Moresby, is going to cease in April.
Senator, the funding arrangement we have with PNG is still ongoing, and we're still discussing with them future state. I believe last estimates too, we took on notice to consider a PI claim the detail of the arrangement, so that would include the time frame of it as well. So I'll need to take that on notice again to...
Well, people on the ground are being told, I think through Papua New Guinea sources, that it's going to end in April. We've got at least 6 families and others who are set to lose their accommodation, perhaps even sooner than that. Is Home Affairs on the ground there? Are they seeing the dire situation that those people are in?
Senator, the PNG government is responsible for management of that cohort, but as I said, we're still having active discussion with the PNG government around the funding arrangement.
Well, Your department secretary worked with the PNG government to come up with a failed system of moving that cohort into private accommodation and private rental, which again, reports from the ground say has utterly failed. Nobody has found, or next to nobody has found, secure accommodation. What is Home Affairs doing with the PNG government to ensure these people, some of whom are desperately ill, don't become homeless and die?
Senator, I think we spoke at a previous estimates a year or so ago about the efforts that we were making to work with the PNG government to support them to support this cohort.
And it hasn't worked.
And as Mr Thomas was just saying, we are in active discussions with them about that funding and how we can best move forward with that.
Well, Secretary, that's why I know that was the answer a year ago. The reports on the ground are consistent and repeated. That has failed. The plan to get private accommodation, which was always going to fail in Port Moresby for such a vulnerable cohort, has failed. The PNG government is saying the Australian government funding ends in April, and telling the cohort on the ground that. What's the Australian government going to do?
So, Senator,
just let people become homeless? Some so desperately ill, they can't even phone a doctor, they have no family connections.
Senator, Mr Thomas has taken on notice the question specifically around the timing of the funding.
What are the actual plans though? What kind of services is the Australian government intending to fund?
Senator, the funding arrangement goes to support to the PNG government for their resettlement program. It is a matter for the PNG government to set their resettlement program.
Yes. Well, no. I note that the Home Affairs portfolio budget statements initially had, at the beginning of this, for the start of this financial year, 25-26, the initial budget statements had program 2.4, which is UMA offshore management, budgeted at $580 million. But in the most recent released additional estimates, that has now jumped up to $975 million, almost doubled. Why has it, more than doubled? Why has it more than doubled?
Senator, that range of funding includes a range of different things that we do around offshore sort of activity. It includes things like regional processing, other costs, so it is quite a broad category of things. I would have to take it on notice to tell you exactly what that...
We're here in in estimates, looking at the budget, and I'm asking you about a $400 million increase in just one line item on offshore management. And surely your answer isn't, I'm going to take it on notice. $400 million. You can't explain any of the $400 million.
Senator, like I said, that category covers a range of different activities from the department.
What are they? Well, we're talking a $400 million increase in public expenditure. Australians around the country are spending an extra $400 million on this line item. And simply to be told, oh, it's a range of things, don't you worry about it, is not an answer. $400 million in additional offshore process management. What's it going on?
Senator, again, I'll have to take it on notice to get the detail unless the Chief Financial Officer is in a position to assist. But it does cover a range of different things.
Well, I'd hope so for $400 million.
It was on its way up even before you turn around.
So, Andrew Harvey, Chief Finance Officer. So, in the portfolio additional estimates where you're referring to 2.4, and you can see you're talking about page 34 where it's gone from 385 up to 902, or it's changed since the PBS. You can see in our measures table that it relates to the, how do we refer to it as the third?
The third country reception arrangement.
Yeah. And so page, where is it? Page 17, community safety measures in response to the High Court's decision in NZYQ.
So this is money for the Nauru arrangement?
Yes.
All right.
That's been talked about publicly in the last few months and is also referred to at page 260 in the MyFO book as well.
All right. But it was my understanding the payment to Nauru in this financial year was going to be relatively modest, an initial payment. So how do we get to $400 million? How is $400 million being delivered to Nauru?
As I've given evidence before, the first payment under the third country reception arrangement to Nauru, you're remembering correctly, is an initial payment of $20 million. The next payment will be the payment into the trust fund, which will occur, we expect, this financial year, and will be $388 million.
Has the trust now been negotiated and signed?
The trust documents have been signed, and I can just find the dates for that. Yes.
Who are the signatories to the trust documents?
We are veering into outcome 3 here. Is that?
Well, we just may as well wrap it up here so as we save time in outcome 3. We're in the middle of questions. Subject to the chair. Okay, fine. We could stop and then we could restart it all again for the neatness of outcome 3. If everyone wants to do that. If you all want to just stop and restart, we can do that.
I think it's very clear in how I run the committee that I like a bit of structure.
I think we'd like to get to outcome 3.
Yeah. So if you're done and the questions are venturing into outcome 3, I'm very happy to move on to the outcome 3.
Well, I have more questions in outcome 2, but we can send Mr. Binin back and bring him back again later.
In all seriousness, Chair, and I know that you're doing everything you possibly can to facilitate this, but is Senator Shoebridge, among others, realistically expecting to still get to ASIO, AFP and the envoy against Islamophobia tonight? Because we should be respectful to those witnesses and let them know they're not required. If they're going to get told at 5 to 11 they're not required. Maybe Senator Shoebridge and others could think about that.
Yeah. Thank you for your assistance, Minister.
And Chair, at the risk of being lynched for going outside process, the Australian signatory is First Assistant Secretary in my organisation.
Thank you, Secretary. Very efficient. Thank you. All right. And thanks, Mr. Harvey, for your assistance. Appreciate it. I am going to move on to another aspect briefly about the MTC subcontracts, which are, we got answers very recently, I think in the last 24 hours, which set out the details for subcontract arrangements and the standard operating procedure with MTC. But is that outcome 3?
Are you talking about the MTC arrangement for regional processing?
The management of the facilities, garrison,
Yes.
transferee arrivals and reception centres?
That's outcome 2.
It's outcome 2, yes. That subcontractor arrangement requires the written authorisation from Home Affairs when a subcontract exceeds $50,000 in a financial year, and then requires details to be provided about known or perceived conflicts of interest and exposures or links to politically exposed persons or government entities when that's happening. Do you recall those elements of the agreement?
Yes,
Senator.
Yeah. And when it's not clear from the answers when that current policy came in, sometime after the Richardson review, but do we know when?
It was shortly after that, Senator. I'll have to get the exact date for you on notice.
So sometime last year, is that when it came into effect?
No, Richardson review was 2023, so shortly after that.
Okay. Well, do we know how many subcontracts have been signed under that assurance assessment, and perhaps you can provide this on notice?
Yes, Senator.
And on how many occasions did it raise issues about conflicts of interest or exposures or links to politically exposed persons or government entities, and most particularly members of the Nauru government, members of the Nauru cabinet, David Adiang and his wife?
We can take that on notice, Senator.
All right, thank you. Is there a monthly report or some kind of regular reporting on those subcontracting arrangements?
Not specifically on the subcontracting arrangements, Senator. We have regular reporting from MTC Australia. And we obviously, as you know, we see the subcontracting proposals as they come through, and we have regular engagement with MTC Australia on how they're managing the contract, including subcontractors.
All right. Well, we might come back to that at another session. I have a series of questions about data under the Enhanced Border Security Partnership that's been provided to the Trump administration. Who's best to answer that?
Senator, that work is actually managed in Outcome 1 by Mr Hansford. This is the visa waiver program. This
is the ESTA arrangements and the Enhanced Border Security Partnership with Trump, which allows for ready access to visa-free access to the United States.
That is being managed, as Ms Sharp said, by Outcome 1, but if you put the questions on notice, we'll make sure that they get answered.
All right. Thank you, Secretary. Very real concerns that a vast amount of Australian data, we're talking biometrics, passport details, names, dates of birth, aliases, family connections, but particularly biometrics, passport detail and ID, is being handed to the Trump administration, or will be handed to the Trump administration by Home Affairs under this arrangement. Have considerations been given to whether or not an assessment under the Privacy Act of the risks and the privacy implications? Has that been done?
So, Senator, the officers who are managing that program are not at the table, so I'll have to take it on notice and get them answered.
Secondly, what protections, if any, are being proposed for Australian data, given that it's going to be handed over to the US department that runs the ICE agency, and the incredible concerns we've seen about human rights and other abuses by that agency? And thirdly, are there private entities that will then get access to that data? Because we've seen the US Department of Homeland Security and ICE, who we think will have access to this data, work closely with appalling organisations like Palantir and others who are known to be to want to have access to Australian data for their own corporate purposes. Will there be protections to ensure that it won't go to those kind of corporate entities?
So we have the questions, Senator, and we'll get answers for you.
Thank you. My last questions are on family visas. This outcome? Yep. Unprocessed partner applications have grown by 72% over the last 4 years. It's unlawful to put a cap on family visas, is my understanding. Is that right, Mr Willard?
Senator, there is no cap on family visas, and there's the Act rules out putting a cap on family visas. Well, I beg your pardon, can I just clarify? On partner and child visas.
On partner and child visas.
On parent visas, you can put a cap.
Yes. So I'm mainly concerned here about partner visas, but also child visas. But primarily I'll be addressing partner visas. Instead of a cap, the department puts in place an artificial ceiling called a planning level. What's the planning level for partner visas this financial year?
Senator, it's 40,500 places.
And once the department gets and has processed 40,500 places, they cease resourcing the applications and don't progress them. That's what a planning level does, isn't it?
I think we've touched on it in previous estimates. We resource according to what we need to get to the planning level.
Yes. Secretary, are you aware that now Assistant Minister Hill, when he was not in government, wrote to the ANAO about this and said, and I'll quote from the letter, the backlog, which has grown since then, the backlog itself owes much to the sharp reduction in partner visas granted from 2018 to 2020, 8,000 fewer than in each of the 4 previous years, coupled with the apparent illegality as the planning levels clearly operate as a de facto cap. That's true, isn't it? What now Minister Hill said in his correspondence back in 2020 that the planning levels operate as a de facto cap.
So, Senator, obviously I don't have Minister Hill's words in front of me, and I think Mr Willard has many times explained that we resource to our planning level, and that's the way that visa operates. And
once you hit the number that you've resourced, you cease processing them.
No,
that's what happens, isn't it?
Mr Willard was quite clear that we resource over the course of a year to meet our planning level.
All right. The effect, the real effect of it is a very real cap. Mr Willard, were you able to tell us what the current backlog is for partner applications?
So for partner visas, current on-hand number is 102,620. That's at 30th of November 2025.
Yep. You see, what that effectively means is for 102,000 people, the decision set the planning level means if they've fallen in love with somebody from a country other than Australia, they cannot form a family. They can't bring their partner to Australia. That's unlawful, isn't it? It's unlawful to not allow people to progress their partner applications.
Senator, we don't not allow it. We work to resource to our planning level. We share your concern about the long wait for people to be reunited with their partners, and we're looking at a range of options to deal with that problem.
Minister, do you think it's acceptable to have 102,000 partner applications in a backlog, 102,000 Australians who can't bring their partner to the country?
Well, I've heard the department say that they're working to reduce that number, and that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm. I think we can move on to the next outcome.
I appreciate that. Senator Shoebridge, we're now in a position to move to outcome 3. So thank you all those from outcome 2 who have answered questions this afternoon.
Thank you, Michael and Michael. Claire.
We call them affectionately
we'll take a short
the
suspension.
In immigration, we
Okay, we resume the hearing and I call officers from the Department of Home Affairs in relation to outcome 3. Commissioner Reynolds, would you like to make an opening statement?
Chair, thank you very much. It's just a very brief statement and I do appreciate the opportunity. I'd like to highlight the way the Australian Border Force protects our nation by outlining our efforts over a single long weekend, the Australia Day long weekend. During that 72-hour period between the 24th to the 26th of January this year, we made 209 detections of prohibited items across the country. These included 9 detections of illicit tobacco, totalling over 22 million cigarettes, 16,350 kilograms of loose leaf tobacco, vape detections of 20,000 units, 14 detections of border-controlled drugs totalling 182 kilograms, and we intercepted 2 people bringing child abuse material into our country. Our vessels and aircraft were put to good use, much to the detriment of illegal foreign fishers. There were 4 interdictions 4 legislative forfeitures and 2 vessels later destroyed. We facilitated the clearance of 453,840 passengers through our airports. There's one fundamental element at the base of all of this, and that's our people. We operate every day of the year to ensure the safety of our border and the Australian people, and I thank everyone in the Australian Border Force for their dedication and professionalism in protecting our nation. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner. We'll proceed to questions. Senator Dunham.
Thank you very much, Chair. If I can start with illegal tobacco and matters generally related to that, I just wonder whether, whether the department or any of the agencies have identified any links between organised illicit tobacco networks and extremist or anti-Semitic activity, including the 6 December 2024 Adass Israel synagogue attack, including through any arrests or charges, involvement of known illicit tobacco figures, offshore direction or financing, extremist-linked financial indicators arising from illicit tobacco enforcement since 2024, or through any intelligence sharing across agencies, and whether any guidance has been provided to Jewish community institutions around this, and whether a declassified summary of findings will be released on any such findings. So I've just truncated 10 questions into one, as you might have guessed, to facilitate swift passage.
Senator, those connections are best taken by the Australian Federal Police.
Sure.
So they're best placed to be able to answer that for you.
I think on 2 bases. One is it's their core business, and second, they will know if any of the answers intersect with any ongoing investigations or criminal proceedings.
Okay, well, I'll come back to the AFP, which we'll get to much sooner now than first expected, which is helpful. So I wonder if I could also ask how many expert reports or pieces of advice have been commissioned or received by the department or ITEC on illicit tobacco and vaping? What was the cost or what was paid for each? What expertise was relied upon, including criminologists, economists, or anyone who is expert in organised crime analytics? What international evidence or comparisons were considered, whether alternative policy settings were modelled or assessed, and how has that advice been updated as new data emerges, and which reports have not been released or tabled and why?
Thank you, Senator. Amber
You're
Shahida,
welcome.
Illicit Tobacco and E-Cigarette Commissioner. There's a lot of parts to your question.
Chip away.
The Illicit Tobacco and E-Cigarette Commissioner's Office, we have undertaken procurement of expert reports from Deakin University and from the UN Office of Drug Control. We are also undertaking a funding agreement with Varian Research, conducting research on consumer market behaviour.
Okay, and do you want to just go into any of what are those pieces of research actually going to be looking at? And how will they inform decision making?
So with the Deakin University research, that is, we're commissioning some reports on the nicotine black market. The first report helped inform my annual report to Parliament on illicit tobacco and e-cigarette to help us ascertain the size of the market, in particular the vaping market. We have received Report 2 as well, which looks at some of the consumer market dynamics in terms of drivers for consumer choice around the illicit tobacco market. There's a range of findings in both of those reports. I understand that Deakin University is currently undertaking a peer review before they publish those findings in an academic journal.
Sure, understood.
Yep.
And what is then, that will be the sole publication of it? It won't be released on your website or the department's website separately? that work?
We will work with Deakin around how we might publish that. I'm awaiting advice from them in terms of where that will be published in the academic journal after peer review. It's not something that we've made any determinations about yet.
Sure.
But I have used their data in my illicit tobacco and e-cigarette report to the Australian Parliament.
Okay. Was anyone involved in the Deakin body of work required to sign a non-disclosure agreement around the work that they were doing?
I would have to go back to the terms of the contractual arrangement and get you an answer on that. I don't think there would have been a separate non-disclosure agreement apart from the general terms in the funding agreement.
So, yeah, well, look, if you could take that on notice, that would be helpful. Just whether, I think, was it Dr. Martin?
James Martin.
Yes. Who undertook the work. But yes, if an NDA has been required to be signed, and if one was required, who put that requirement in place? Maybe it was part of an ordinary course of events type of agreement, I don't know.
It's often a regular occurrence in funding agreements we have that government might have to commission research, that release of the research is undertaken in agreement with both parties. So we would, I think that's a regular occurrence that the departments would be consulted and agree to release of information that we've commissioned.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Commissioner. So that takes me through those. I will ask, this is the right place to ask about NZYQ, yes?
It is.
Excellent. All right, I'll go there now if I can. So I wonder if I could get the latest update on the criminal history profile of the NZYQ cohort, including the total number of individuals convicted of murder, attempted murder, sexual offences, violent assaults, drug or weapons charges and other serious offences, please.
Mr. Thomas can take you through those statistics.
Senator, as of the 31st of December 2025, there were, so these are the current cohort that are on bridging visa Rs following the NZYQ High Court ruling. 15 had previous charges of murder and attempted murder. 98 had sexual offending. 163 had violent offending. 15 domestic violence and stalking. 22 serious drug offending. 8 people smuggling and other international crimes. And 14 low level or no criminality. And that totals 335.
And low-level ordinary criminality, does that cover things like drug possession and weapons charges, those last couple of categories?
Sorry, the low-level or no criminality?
Yes.
Usually refers to non-violent offences, so things like trespass, minor traffic offences, fare evasion, etc.
Okay. All right. And how many members of the NZYQ cohort have been deported to Nauru, and how many remain subject to ongoing litigation or appeals which would prevent removal?
There are 6 people, Senator, that have been removed to Nauru under the third country reception arrangement.
Yes.
And then, as we've mentioned at previous estimates, the exact number that are currently in detention awaiting removal is a subject to previous PII, and we'll take that on notice again to consider a PII claim.
Sure, that's fine. Does that cover also the number remaining subject to ongoing litigation or appeals?
That would be part of that number, I think, Senator.
Sorry, I missed
So
that.
a number of those in detention are subject to litigation or appeal?
Yes, that's the question. Are you saying that's all covered by the PIA claim that you'll take on notice and review?
Because that will be the number of people currently in detention.
All right. We'll go with the Plan A on notice and PII. What's the total cost to date of legal proceedings associated with the attempted removals of the cohort, including Commonwealth legal costs, adverse cost orders and any settlements that have been agreed to or reached?
I'll just see if any of our colleagues from legal can assist with that.
Peter Frank, Assistant Secretary, Migration and Citizenship Litigation. Senator, I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to be too helpful. We don't have a separate breakdown of the costs for those with me, unless the CFO has them. But I can take that on notice and see what we can get you.
There is movement at the back of the room, so that looks like a CFO emerging from the shadows to join us. It is dark in the back of the room for the purposes of Hansard. It's actually not any aspersion on him.
Unfortunately, I can't answer directly, but what we can say is we've incurred expenditure of $23.2 million in respect of those arrangements. But that's not legal. That's just
everything.
Yes.
So are you at all able
I could go away
on notice break it down? Okay, that'd be great. And yeah, so on notice it was those costs associated with legal proceedings, so Commonwealth legal costs, adverse costs, cost orders and any settlements. So yes, on notice that would be excellent.
Perhaps, Senator, if I could just indicate before you move on, many of those costs, in fact almost all of them, just wouldn't have crystallised yet. You might be aware that generally legal costs worked out at the end of the proceedings. Most, if not all, of the proceedings are still ongoing, so I expect it'll be some time before we see any of those costs crystallise.
Best endeavours. I mean, I know lawyers have to eat, so they bill on the way through, I suppose. But yes, point taken. Whatever you can provide on notice would be helpful. Then I just wonder if I could ask finally on this one, do you want to move on?
Now is a good time to share the call.
I'll just go one more if I may, Chair, and then...
Sure.
Perfect. I've gone from 30 to 3. How many NZYQ individuals are currently subject to community detention supervision orders or other post-release controls, and how many applications for such orders has the department made and have been refused? Here comes someone.
Thanks, Senator. We've issued a request for information in respect of 36 individuals within the community safety order regime, and we've obtained 18 expert assessments relating to 12 individuals. To date, no applications for community safety orders have been made.
Perfect, thank you.
Sorry, can you just put your nameplate on the
Sorry.
table? Thank you.
That was perfect, thank you. I'm done, Chair, for now, yes.
Excellent. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. I've got two questions, really both about onshore detention. Secretary, I asked you some questions earlier this morning about unanswered questions, and thank you. I've now had one of those questions answered, in fact 2 of them. They both relate to the tender for Secure Journeys, the MTC subsidiary that runs the onshore detention in Australia. Over a year ago, I asked you about whether or not you're aware of the major damages that MTC had to pay for fraud, bribery, kickbacks, misrepresentations, concealment, money laundering with the state of Mississippi. I understand they paid some $712 million in damages at the time, and I asked if the department was aware of that before they entered into the contract with MTC. And your answer was, I don't believe that information was available at the time that the contract was entered into, but I'll take it on notice and confirm. We're now told on notice that relevantly, Secure Journeys was not required to disclose the MTC court matter with the state of Mississippi as disclosure requirements apply to the tendering entity and its subcontractors, notwithstanding Secure Journeys disclosed the MTC court matter in its tender response. So the department was aware of the substantial damages, very substantial damages MTC had to pay for fraud, bribery, kickbacks, misrepresentations, concealment and money laundering. I can't understand how the department nevertheless decided to contract with a company that has that history and has that record. Can you explain how that was managed in the tender process?
So, Senator, we've traversed this ground in previous estimates, so I'll be brief.
Well, you took it on notice in previous estimates.
We've traversed the ground of the relationship between the company with which we contract and the US parent company, and I am assured that all due diligence was done with respect to the company with whom we were contracting. Well, Ms Holborn may be able to add more to that.
Well, Secretary, before we go to Ms Holborn, last time we asked this, you gave generic assurances, but you weren't aware at the time that there'd been this exceptionally large payment for fraud, bribery, kickbacks, and it's a wholly owned subsidiary of that parent company that engaged in the bribery and kickbacks. You can't pretend they're separate. The entity you're entering into the contracts here is a wholly owned subsidiary of that corrupt entity in the United States.
Senator, I can only repeat my previous evidence and Ms Holborn's that all relevant due diligence checks were done in entering into this contract. Well,
apparently we now know, although I could go through the same process, about the well-known case of Carlos Vega, Murillo Vega, a US citizen who was held unlawfully at length in solitary confinement by MTC in the US. That was also disclosed, but it didn't stop them getting a successful tender. Ms Holborn, can you shed light on how a wholly owned subsidiary of a brutal and corrupt US corporation got the contract?
Vanessa Holborn, Deputy Commissioner, Regional Operations. Senator, just to reiterate Ms Foster's evidence that she's provided to you just now, all findings from the due diligence checks that could impact the outcome of the procurement were considered as part of the decision-making process. So I have nothing further to add other than to say that all of those due diligence checks were undertaken during the process and it did not impact the progression of the contract.
So the fact that its parent company engaged in bribery, fraud, kickbacks, misrepresentations, concealment and money laundering and paid the state of Mississippi $712 million did not impact on the tendering process?
Senator, what Ms Holborn is saying is that we undertook all of the required due diligence processes in accordance with the Commonwealth procurement rules.
I've got to tell you, if we had more time, I'd spend longer on this. But I cannot comprehend how a contract which has seen this company take billions and billions of dollars from the Australian taxpayer to run onshore detention facilities in Australia was ever allowed to be entered into when you knew this about its parent company.
Senator,
do you think, Minister, that meets the sort of the pub test for Australians? You knew that its parent company had to pay $700 million for fraud, bribery, kickbacks, misrepresentations and concealment, and you still, and it wasn't you, it was the previous government, still entered into this contract. Do you think it meets the pub test?
Well, I'm not going to offer an opinion. The Secretary has already explained the due diligence process that was undertaken.
Just quickly moving on to another matter. There are disturbing reports about the number of critical incidents inside facilities being run by this I will call it a global corporate prison bottom feeder, but I think it's known as Secure Journeys, a subsidiary of MTC. As at 30th of June 2025, there were 59 critical incidents per 1,000 detainees. That's more than doubled from the numbers in the previous annual financial year. What's going on, Mr Reynolds?
Yeah, certainly, Senator. So just so we're clear, so that's 59 per 1,000. So there were actually 58 incidents in that financial year. When we break down that 58, you'll see that there were 15 incidents which we deemed as critical when Serco employees who are unhappy with their employer about their redundancy packages conducted protected industrial action. That meant that we had to manage that potential incident of not having the labour we need for our detention centres, and the Australian Border Force moved in to ensure that there was no loss of safety or security during those 15 times the Serco employees were conducting their protected industrial action. In addition, there were 5 instances of public health risk. Usually we find that that is due to tuberculosis or respiratory disease, and that is of significant concern, and that's why it becomes a critical incident. There are also 11 incidents of unacceptable behaviour associated with sexual gestures and verbal comments, and there were also a number of escapes in that figure of 59, and there was a sexual assault category as well.
How many sexual assaults were there in these MTC Secure Journeys facilities in the last financial year?
So, Senator, I think it's important to recognise that Secure Journeys were not the holders of the contract for that entire year, that period for 24-25. Serco was the contracted service provider for the majority of that period. So can I just clarify, Senator, is your question around Secure Journeys or...?
My question is about overall critical incidents per 1,000 detainees in onshore detention. Your annual report has it increasing from 27.84 incidents per 1,000 in the previous, in 24-25, to 59 per 1,000 in 24-25.
Yes, certainly. So
sorry, 23-24, 24-25.
Yeah.
Yes.
Understood, Senator. So the total number in the sexual assault category was 30. That did include, Senator, the 11 instances of unwanted verbal remarks or gestures.
All right. So there were 19 sexual assaults that were obviously of a more, well, outside of sexual gestures and verbal gestures?
That's correct.
And how does that compare? You've given me the breakdown for 59 in 24-25. How does that compare to the 27 in 0.84 per 1,000 the previous year?
So if we look at 23-24, Senator, so there were 19 in the sexual assault category, 3 in the escape category, and 4 in the public health risk category.
Well, even on sexual assaults, an appalling surge, an increase in sexual assaults in just one financial year. You say that there's an issue about industrial disputes. So on my understanding, there's substantial understaffing. There are repeated industrial disputes about the understaffing and about the stress that staff are on, and that is leading to parts of facilities being shut down and driving this surge of critical incidents. Are you getting reports about understaffing and the industrial difficulties arising from the understaffing?
So, Senator, the contract with Secure Journeys is outcomes-based. We work on a daily basis in every detention centre to ensure that assurance and compliance checks are in place so that the contracted service provider is meeting its contractual obligations.
Well, can you provide on notice, unless you've got them to hand, what the staffing levels are for each of Australia's immigration detention centres as best you can now, what they were at the end of last financial year and what they were at the end of the financial year before that?
Senator, I can take that on notice.
All right. I've got to tell you, Commissioner, maybe you weren't intending to suggest it wasn't such a problem. I may have misread you, but I am assuming that you see it as a deep, deep problem, that we've seen a surge in sexual assaults over those 2 years, and we've seen this surge in critical incidents, notwithstanding what you've told me. I assume you think that's a deep, deep problem. Am I wrong in that?
Senator, so let me assure you that one critical incident is too many. One sexual assault is too many. We take all of these incidents with incredible concern with regards to the activities of some of the detainees. And I must say that I'm realistic that with 4,475 detainees that come through the network on a yearly basis, as they did in 24-25, and the fact that 88% of those detainees have a criminal record, we will have incidences. That does not mean they're acceptable, Senator, and it does not mean that we will absolutely deal with those. They will be referred to the relevant police, either state, territory or federal, to ensure that they are dealt with to the full extent of the law.
Well, perhaps you can, on notice, tell me about if any of them did proceed to prosecution and what, if any, contractual penalties were imposed as a result of this surge of critical incidents.
I'll take that on
Senator,
notice.
could I just add that as a result of the extraordinarily hard work that Commissioner Reynolds and his staff are doing with Secure Journeys, we are actually this financial year on the right trajectory in regards to critical incidents. So as at the 31st of December 2025, the number of critical incidents had reduced by 38% compared with the same period in 24-25. I'm not diminishing the significance of a continuing rate of critical incidents. All I'm saying is that the work that Commissioner Reynolds, that Assistant Commissioner Holborn, Deputy Commissioner Holborn are putting in and investing in the management of this centre is paying tangible results.
Thank you, Secretary. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for appearing again today. My questions are to the Commissioner for Illicit Tobacco and E-Cigarettes. Good evening, Commissioner. My question on Notice 15 remains unanswered from last estimates. It read, quote, how many acts of violence were committed in Australia that were directly related to illegal tobacco and vapes? I'm talking murders, assaults, firebombings and similar acts of violence, end of quote. I did get a part answer that the question was best answered by law enforcement, which I assume would include various state and federal agencies. Ms. Schutter, your role, as you expressed it to me at last estimates, is, quote, activities that support intergovernmental governance functions and support reporting on the size and consequence of the illicit market, end of quote. Doesn't consequence include acts of violence related to the illicit industry and criminals associated with that?
Thanks for your question, Senator. We had looked at how to report on those statistics. At the moment, there isn't a consistent way that we can report on the exact criminal number of criminal activities related to illicit tobacco across states and territories. There are different data sets, different definitions. Some, for example, an arson might be coded or recorded as an arson, but not necessarily if it is illicit tobacco related. So it's very hard for me to pull together the data from across Australia on those specific activity levels. We are continuing to work with states and territories in terms of what might be realistic there. We're working with criminal intelligence agencies and AFP to look at the best way we can report as we move forward. The metrics that I have in the report to Parliament this year is based on the data available to us. I think as we move forward over the years, we will definitely be looking at how we can mature that data and make it more sophisticated, more comprehensive.
Thank you for admitting that you don't know the consequences. I suggest listening to some people in the street. Secondly, the loss of tobacco excise revenue is stunning. In 2019-2020, excise brought in $16.3 billion. In 2024-25, tax revenue had fallen to $7.8 billion, about half, with a projection for 2025-26 of $5.5 billion, one-third of what it was just 9 years ago. Sorry, just five years ago. Minister, when will you accept the Laffer curve applies to tobacco excise, and the higher the tax rate, the less revenue is received, especially with cheap illicit tobacco competing? And I'm talking to police in Queensland who go to illicit tobacco to get cheaper cigarettes.
Senator, we certainly agree that illicit tobacco is a very serious problem and the connection to organised crime. That's why we've devoted so many more resources to tackling illicit tobacco, and I'm sure the Commissioner and others could talk to you about the operations they've undertaken. In fact, I don't know if you were here when the Commissioner gave his opening statement, but he talked about the success of those operations in terms of the seizures that have been achieved.
Well, Minister, his people have seized plenty of material, but we don't know the total size, and it could be a tiny, tiny proportion, which is what we suspect.
The Commissioner might be able to give you some information about that, I'm not sure. On the excise, I understand why some people, many people, would like to see us reduce the excise. The government's view is that we shouldn't be giving in to organised crime. We should actually take them on, and we should arrest them. We should confiscate the illegal tobacco. We know that tobacco kills thousands of Australians every single year. We know that higher prices for tobacco puts people off smoking, and that's a good thing for their health, and it's a good thing for the health budget that we all pay for.
That's why they buy it cheaply, Minister.
I'm aware of that, and that's what I was going to say, is that that's why we are so determined to break the organised crime rings that are behind illegal tobacco.
But Minister, you're not confident because you forecast a reduced, yet again, another reduction in revenue from tax. Page 8 of the Illicit Tobacco and E-Cigarette Commissioner Report 2024-25 lists 10 factors behind the growth in the illicit market. Not one of those mentions the high level of tobacco excise. Commissioner, do you really believe the high price of legal cigarettes is not driving demand for illicit tobacco? Not even 10th out of 10?
That was to the Commissioner, was it?
That was to the...
Oh, this Commissioner. Sorry, there's two Commissioners.
On your right. You're not used to looking right.
I usually don't look right. You're correct about that.
Just a correction, excise is listed on that page. In terms of a number of drivers for the illicit market, price differential is listed as one of those drivers. Within price differential, there is a number of aspects. One is that the cost of illicit tobacco is pushed down because of cheap supply costs and overabundance in the region of illicit tobacco.
And lack of excise.
And then excise and tobacco company profitability actually pushes the regulated tobacco up. So you've got those two things at play. Excise isn't the be-all and end-all driver of the illicit market. We see different excise rates around the world in different countries that don't correlate with the size of the illicit market. In fact, in some countries with the cheapest tobacco, there are sizable illicit markets. Or within the same country that has a standard excise rate, you'll get different market shares of illicit tobacco in different cities. So for me, it's not as simple as advising government on that excise is the solution.
Talking to people in the street, including policemen who use illicit tobacco, it's certainly very significant. Page 9, Commissioner, you're claiming success because the amount of illicit product being seized has increased by 34%. Do you accept making a claim of success when you don't know how much the black market has grown is pointless? If you don't know the total size of the black market and no one has any idea, I've asked before, you don't know whether you're having success or you're failing. And looking at the criminal activities and the adoption of illicit tobacco widely, it looks like you're failing.
Thanks for your question, Senator. I'm going to try and answer the question that is in there. We do have an estimate of the size of the illicit market. So this report does estimate the size of the illicit market. It's the first time that we've been able to do so. And I think last estimates, I wasn't able to give you that size because the report hadn't been finalised and tabled, but it is there now.
Okay, thank you. Minister, I find it troubling that the budget projection for tobacco excise in forward estimates only shows revenue of $6.9 billion in 2028-29. That suggests you do not expect the Commissioner to make a dent in the illegal trade. Shouldn't that figure be closer to the $16 billion or more we used to get? Isn't that an admission of failure or ignorance?
We're absolutely not giving up in the fight against illegal tobacco. And again, I'm sure...
Well, it says you are.
Well, I don't think you should insult the efforts of the Border Force personnel.
That was a clever switch, Minister, but I'm not doing that at all. They're doing a good job.
Well, you've just said it's a failure. And they're the people who are on the front line taking on
your failure to control illicit tobacco.
Well, you and I are sitting in this room. We've got Border Force personnel out there on the front line taking on the organised crime elements behind illegal tobacco, and we are absolutely determined to keep that up.
Minister, the report makes a statement on page 19 that reducing the tobacco excise will increase smoking rates and undo the gains made to date, which you said earlier. In July 2025, Roy Morgan showed recent excise increases on top of the normal CPI increase had caused an increase in smoking rates from 16.8% to 17.1%. And the graph I've seen confirms that. Yet you are saying the opposite. The National Tobacco Strategy added large excise increases in September 2023, 24 and 25. Can you show any data that these massive increases have reduced smoking rates? I suggest that the opposite is true, and that's what the data shows.
Well, that's
because cheap, illicit criminals don't ask for ID, Minister.
No, I'm aware of that. They're very bad people who deserve to be locked up, which is what we're trying to do. I think your question about smoking rates is probably one you should take up in the health estimates. That's not the work of this department. The work of this department is going after organised crime, and we'd appreciate your support in that effort.
You've got my support. That's why I'm talking about this. That's why I'm raising it, and that's why I've been raising it for a couple of years now. It's clear, Minister, that decades of shoddy governance show that our biggest problem is governments acting without data, going without data and contradicting the data in so many areas.
Well,
thanks, Chair.
Thank you.
I'll let that pass.
Appreciate your assistance there, Minister Watt. Senator Duniam.
Hello, Chair. Thank you. I just have a couple more questions. I'm going to turn to illegal foreign fishing now, if I can. Thank you. Are we able to... Well, can the department provide data on illegal foreign fishing vessels detected, intercepted, in or have been noticed as evading interception in Australian waters, including in the Torres Strait around the Northern Territory and Western Australia in the last 12 months?
So, Senator, what I can give you are the details for the period 24-25. I can speak to you about what's happening in the Torres Strait, particularly for January of this year.
Sure.
But what we've seen is a 34% reduction in the number of incursions of foreign fishers into Australia's exclusive economic zone in the year 24-25 compared to the previous financial year. May I also offer, Senator, that we've had 298 interdictions of foreign fishers in that financial year, we disposed of 58 vessels and we had 273 prosecutions. And I think it's just important to point out that 273 is more than the previous 4 years combined. We are absolutely going after the illegal foreign fishers who seek to steal Australia's natural resources. With regards to the Torres Strait,
yes.
So just in the last month, we've interdicted 10 vessels in the Torres Strait. We conducted forfeitures of the equipment for all of those vessels, and we destroyed 4 of the 10 vessels that we interdicted.
Yes.
Are you also aware of the announcement Minister Burke made earlier today?
I sure am, yes. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. But yes, no, I saw that. Step in the right direction.
Very big step.
Yes, indeed, a big step.
The third dedicated operation against illegal fishing that's happened under this government as opposed to none under the former government. So a very big step.
Who invited him?
Facts.
Facts. An opportunity.
I can't
Murray
help the facts.
What? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hard facts.
Yeah.
Hard facts.
Facts. They're the numbers we're focused on. Don't know about you lot.
You're a regular comedian, Murray Watt. All right.
I just came up with
Open mic night is now
He's
over.
just shooting from the hip tonight.
Yeah, that would be excellent.
I hear Liberal senators are fairly scarce in other committees tonight, so good on you for turning up.
Jono, why aren't you at dinner?
I went to the trough.
Maybe he wasn't invited.
This is all on Hansard. Maybe I wasn't.
I'm okay with that.
Yeah, I'm not. Oh, right.
Are you blushing? You can't tell because of that beard.
Chair, please draw the minister.
Committee.
Some of us have been here all day, Senator Mackenzie.
Oh.
Right.
You'll miss it when you're not there.
No, I won't. No, I won't.
Look, I was just looking for a small reprieve to be able to ask a question, so I might get on with it now.
Onslaught.
Yeah, okay, so what specific measurable metrics does the department rely on to claim either strong or successful border protection under operations Leadstrom and Luna, particularly in the Torres Strait? So we've talked about some of the numbers, but I mean, I'm just interested in how what threshold there is to reach those particular groupings of results.
So one of the key metrics for me, Senator, is that overall reduction in the number of vessels coming into Australia's waters. That means that when we conduct a forfeiture of their equipment, when we dispose of their vessel, when we take them to prosecution, it's having an impact. They don't want to come back to Australia's waters because they know that they'll either they'll absolutely lose their catch, they'll lose their equipment, and they'll probably also lose their boat and their freedom. That's the key measure, a reduction in the number of vessels coming into our waters.
Do we know how many unauthorised maritime arrivals have occurred in Australian waters since the start of the 22-23 financial year?
So we're now crossing through to Operation Sovereign Borders, and I'll ask Rear Admiral Sonta, who's the commander of that operation, to join me at the table.
Senator, good evening. Rear Admiral Brad Sonta, the Commander of Joint Agency Task Force Operation Sovereign Borders. Can you just repeat your question, please?
Yes, I was just wondering how many unauthorised maritime arrivals have occurred in Australian waters since the beginning of the 22-23 financial year?
I've got it by calendar year, if that's okay. So 2023 calendar year, there was a total of 4 ventures.
4 detected?
Well, there are 4 ventures that we successfully dealt with.
Okay. The ones, so when you say successfully dealt with, what does that mean?
Well, the definition of Operation Sovereign Borders is that we prevent permanent Australian settlement through irregular maritime means. So we've done that, we've achieved that moving forward.
Okay. And all right, I suppose we only know what we know. So has there been any assessment undertaken in relation to any capability gaps arising from the aerial border surveillance program we run?
So, Senator, what do you mean by gaps?
Well, holes in our capacity to observe what's going on. We know there's been a reduction over time in aerial surveillance of, 26% or something like that. So
No, I don't.
So
accept
indeed,
that.
are we saying it's adequate? There's no need for improvement or extension? Is that
So if we have a look at the fixed wing aerial surveillance, so in 24-25 there was 14,347 hours of that form of aerial surveillance.
What year was that, sorry?
That was for the financial year 24-25. 14,347 hours. That was a 24% increase from the previous year. If I look at the first 6 months of this financial year, we're currently hitting 7,462 hours, which is another 9% increase on the previous financial year.
So I was just looking at 2019-20, which was 15,212 hours, and 2020-21 was 16,009 hours, 21-22, 14,798, and then it drops off in 22-23 to 12,691 hours, and then down again to 12,579 in 23-24, and you've now referenced 24-25 and said that was a 24% increase, did you, from the year before, which was a low?
So
that's the base.
So we previously had helicopters operating as part of that surveillance program, Senator. So if I include the helicopters that were available to us in 24-25, the total figure is 14,755 hours.
Yes, up from 12,579.
That's correct.
Which is down from a high of 16,009 in 2020-21.
Well, I have 16,005, but that's not quibble about 4 hours.
About 4 hours, yeah. That could be a typo here. Yeah, okay, all right. So that my question around gaps is, I mean, there's a big difference between 12,500 rough hours and 14,700 hours. By your own admission, you talk about their 24% increase. That is, holding that up as a significant achievement. So that is still nearly, well, it's 1,300 at least, less than that peak I've got here of 2021. So
Senator,
can I ask, yes?
Yeah, Senator, I think it's important to recognise that COVID-19 had a significant impact on the availability of aircraft and pilots. And it did take some time for the contracted service provider, Leidos, to build back their pilot availability after COVID-19, particularly when a number of pilots left Australia. And I think those figures represent that reality, as well as some issues associated with the supply chain for the maintenance of the Dash 8 aircraft. That was also a factor that led to a reduction in the overall number of hours. Now, you have mentioned a couple of times now, Senator, gaps.
Questions about gaps, yes.
Yeah, so we determine where our aircraft fly on any given day, and they do fly up to 8 missions for the Dash 8 every single day, dependent on an assessment of the relative threat across Northern Australian waters.
And do you quantify, because I'll come back, I have questions around the tender that's currently on foot. Do you also, quantify your efforts in patrol days too?
You mean sea patrol days for the patrol boats?
I guess so, yes. We might come back to that after this rotation.
Yeah, certainly.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll keep going then. Yes. So, do you have a quantification for Sea Patrol days?
So what year were you after?
Well, what's the most recent? So I've got some figures, I think, from 23-24, but if I can verify them. And do you have any figures for 24-25?
I do. So the figure for financial year 24-25 is 2,156, which you'll note is an increase from 23-24.
Which I have as 2086, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And is that similarly determined by assessment of risk?
On where we place those vessels on any given day?
Yes, and how often they're deployed.
It is.
I mean, it says when you measure days, I guess that's you determine how long a voyage will be and how long it's on duty.
So the patrol boats are on duty for 28 days at a time.
Okay, and that number is just divided by 28 days, and that's sort of how often a vessel goes out?
So it'll be the total number of days that each vessel is on patrol for that financial year.
Okay. Let's go to this tender. So what is the current status? Is it RFT 2143? Is that the number for the aerial surveillance?
So, Senator, I'm going to hand across to the department at this stage.
Sure.
Senator Jared Howard, Deputy Commissioner Strategy and Capability. In relation to the tender for the aerial procurement contract, I don't have the number in front of me, so I can take that on notice.
Oh, sorry. I was just seeking confirmation. I assume we're talking about the same thing. But yes, what is the status of that tender?
So the tender is still under assessment, Senator. So we are currently towards the end stage of making our evaluation of the process, and obviously we'll announce in due course the outcome of the tender process.
And when you say due course, what time frame are you looking at now?
I don't have a firm time frame, Senator. The procurement itself is a very complex procurement just because of the nature of what we're assessing. There are a number of different negotiations and evaluation elements that we have to do. A number of the time taken will depend on how a number of those elements proceed. Okay. So it's just very difficult to give an accurate assessment of time frame, Senator.
What was the original time frame?
I'm not sure that we had. I'd have to take on notice the details.
When does the existing contract run out?
The 1st of January or 31st of December 2027.
Okay. And has there been a rollover of a short term to keep existing operations on foot?
No, Senator.
No. So the existing contract. So, okay. And when was the Minister first advised of this delay?
I'm not sure that I mentioned a delay, Senator.
I did, you're right. But so I presume the Minister has been advised on this, open-ended. You've sort of said there's no time frame on it. Do you expect to have the tender done this year?
Yes, Senator, I would expect to have the tender done this year. And we update the Minister regularly, but as you would be aware, the procurement is a departmental responsibility. The Minister doesn't have a role to play in the procurement itself.
No, indeed, but the Minister would have an interest in ensuring that, provision of aerial surveillance services are going to continue to be provided. Look, I think on that, I'll put the rest of my questions on that and for this section on notice.
Thank you, Senator Dunham. That means we are now finished with outcome 3, and we will be in a position to move to the Australian Federal Police, but I propose that we do that after the tea break. We take the tea break now, which was due at 9 o'clock, and return at 9:10 with the AFP.
Thank you.
Thank you. We will resume with the Australian Federal Police. Thank you for your time this evening. Commissioner, have you got a statement, opening statement?
I do, Chair, yes. Good evening. This is the AFP's first budget estimates appearance since the Bondi Beach terrorist attack on December 14. I will reiterate what I have previously said publicly, but I will not provide any further remarks given this matter is subject to an ongoing criminal investigation and a royal commission. Indications remain that a father and son who allegedly committed this terrorist attack allegedly acted alone and were inspired by ISIS, a terrorist organisation responsible for mass killings and anti-Semitism. The father was killed by police during the active shooter attack. On January 17, his son was charged by the New South Wales Joint Counter-Terrorism Team, which includes New South Wales Police, AFP and ASIO and the New South Wales Crime Commission. The man, who remains in custody, has been charged with 59 offences, including 1 count of commit terrorist act, 15 counts of murder and 40 counts of cause wounding grievous bodily harm to person with intent to murder. The most serious charges have a maximum penalty of life imprisonment. This remains an active investigation by the New South Wales Joint Counter-Terrorism Team, so I will not provide any detail on the investigation so as not to prejudice either the investigation or any subsequent criminal proceedings. Separately, on February 4, the Western Australia Joint Counter-Terrorism Team, which includes Western Australia Police Force, AFP and ASIO, charged a man, 31, with an act of terrorism which carries a maximum penalty of life imprisonment. It is alleged the man removed a homemade improvised device from his bag and threw it into a rally held in support of First Nations people on January 26, 2026. We allege the individual acted to advance a nationalist and racially motivated ideological cause. We allege this individual's target was First Nations people. Hatred and a willingness to mobilise to violence, which often masquerades as a right or freedom to do or say something, is very much directed at our Commonwealth politicians, high office holders, our faith and called communities. We are witnessing the continued rise of individual grievance, including those who are willing to make threats in the online world and then carry them out in the real world. Some of these offenders are not seeking or needing a partner in crime or a network to carry out threats of violence. This personalised grievance is often connected to world events, their own sense of injustice or a fixation on people or weapons. It may also be that loneliness or a feeling of exclusion is driving some of this radicalisation, where individuals who find it hard to make connections go searching for forums or platforms where their polarising views are accepted. A majority of our terrorism caseload continues to be religiously motivated violent extremism, but we are also recording increasing incidents of ideologically motivated violent extremism. We are also witnessing a trend of lone actors being radicalised quickly, and this creates a more challenging environment for law enforcement. And of significant concern, we are witnessing a growing cohort of people, including youth, who are susceptible to hatred or are attracted to violence. Too many influencers and influencers are poisoning the minds of our kids and the vulnerable. JCTT teams across Australia, of which the AFP and ASIO are members of all 8, have charged 26 youth with terrorism-type offences since 2020. Being convicted of a Commonwealth terrorism offence can mean individuals are subject to the high-risk terrorist offender regime. This is where offenders may not be released from prison after they have served their sentence or are monitored by the AFP when they are released back into the community. We do not have any young people on the regime yet, and I say yet because the trajectory of our caseload makes it probable that Australia will start having young people declared as high-risk terrorist offenders. Primarily, we are focused on public safety. However, under my commissionership, the AFP will take a very proactive approach to intervene much earlier, including when it comes to youth offenders. Intervening earlier helps to ensure criminals are disrupted before they reach the most serious levels of offending, and that is critical for public safety. That is why I established our new hate disruptor squads, officially known as the National Security Investigations Teams. They were set up to target groups and individuals causing high harm to Australia's social cohesion because I was so concerned about the current and emerging groups and individuals who are eroding the country's social fabric by advocating hatred, fear and humiliation. While many of these groups and individuals are not committing terrorism offences, the AFP has identified behaviour that may escalate towards politically or ideologically motivated violence or hate crimes. These national security investigations teams were established to take action quickly. These flying squads of hate disruptors have been very successful in identifying, offending and charging offenders before violence is carried out. Since I set up the teams, they've charged 21 individuals across Australia. The majority of these charges relate to threats towards parliamentarians, high office holders and the Jewish community. The National Security Investigations Team's proof of concept has been successful, and they are now being expanded throughout the country to work closely with existing security investigation units across state and territory police jurisdictions. And since the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism Act received royal assent a few weeks ago, the AFP is taking an even more aggressive approach, and that includes releasing more information to the public about our operations. We're doing this because they are important disruption and community assurance levers in themselves. I can reveal National Security Investigations teams have a standing operation that targets white supremacists. That is called Operation Drakelow. A standing operation is one with continuous effect. We also have a standing operation that targets those described as hate preachers. This is called Operation Antrobus, which is focused on known and emerging hate preachers. We know who many of these malicious manipulators are, and we know some are getting legal advice to push their hate and their radical recruitment drives to the edge of what is lawful. It means in some cases, particularly with hate preachers, we've not been able to reach the threshold of charging. But I want to be clear about my intent. We will use all our available disruption tools because modern policing is not always about arresting and charging. It includes the benefit of disrupting. Under my commissionership, we will disrupt and intervene however and whenever we lawfully can. Some of our actions will be visible and overt, and other actions will be lawfully covert, and that unpredictability should worry those who are on our radar and those who will be as we widen our net. My advice, if you are one of these groups or individuals, your life will become very uncomfortable. If anyone has information that a person holds extreme views and is mobilising to violence, please reach out to authorities or call the National Security Hotline on 1800 123 400. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will proceed to questions and begin with Senator Duniam.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, for that statement. Thank you all for being here tonight. I asked a question earlier on of the department, and they've directed me here, and it relates to organised illicit tobacco networks. And so I was asking about whether, the question was to the department, as I said, but whether the AFP have identified any links between organised illicit tobacco networks and extremist or anti-Semitic activity, including the 6 December 2024 Adass Israel synagogue attack, whether there have been any arrests or charges, any involvement of known illicit tobacco figures, offshore direction or financing, extremist-linked financial indicators arising from illicit tobacco enforcement since 2024, whether there's been any intelligence sharing across agencies or guidance provided to Jewish community institutions, and whether a declassified summary of findings will be released when possible if such a link has been identified.
Thank you. There's a lot in that question,
yes.
So if I don't get to a part of it, please remind me. First and foremost, I would say just remind that the investigation, the Joint Counter-Terrorism Team investigation into the Adass Israel synagogue is ongoing. So I'll just be very mindful what I say there. Sure. What we have said on the public record is that we have seen what we describe as crime as a service being utilised by different networks. So we see, or we have seen, illicit tobacco networks that are used to, pursue the business ventures of these illegal illicit tobacco syndicates, also using crime as a service to facilitate anti-Semitic attacks. So that's a general statement that I'm making. I'm not specific to the Adass Israel synagogue. But what I might do first is throw to Deputy Commissioner Surek to talk a little bit more about about that. And then Deputy Commissioner McCartney is available to talk a bit more about illicit tobacco.
Sure, that would be perfect. Yes, thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner. Hilda Sirek, Deputy Commissioner, National Security. As the Commissioner has said, yes, we certainly see criminals adopting a business model where they're able to put out for service certain elements that they want to achieve, whether that's to pursue various arson attacks or various other sort of crimes that they want to commit. And we certainly see that being played out through the illicit tobacco organised crime network. Certainly, as the Commissioner has also said, is that the broader links into there can be also seen to undertake arson attacks of an anti-Semitic nature as well. And we are aware that sometimes, particularly those individuals, might not have the awareness of the attack that they are undertaking in terms of the location, but certainly that they have been asked by other groups to be able to undertake those certain activities. But happy to sort of hand over to the Deputy Commissioner of Crime in terms of our broader illicit tobacco strategies.
Sure. Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Ian McCartney, Deputy Commissioner of Crime. I mean, organised criminals commit crime for one reason, Senator, and that's to make money, to make profit. And I think illicit tobacco is a profitable crime for organised crime and has been for a number of years. A lot of profits and illicit flows that come out of illicit tobacco. So that's a threat in terms of the picture that we look at, but it's also an opportunity for us to target those illicit flows. And I think we've been successful and been highly successful over the last 6 months. I think funding was provided by the government in June of last year, $33 million over 2 years. 17 million of that went to state and territory police. And that was very much focused on targeting illicit flows of tobacco and that illicit crime. And since the last 6 years, the ending 6 years of last year, we've restrained over 33.5 million. We've restrained more than we were allocated over the 2-year period. But in relation to your question, is have we seen those illicit money flows linked to anti-Semitic attacks? We haven't. There's no intelligence to indicate that. But I think as the Commissioner and the Deputy Commissioner have described really well, there is, crime is much more complex now. There's a conflation and overlap. And we have seen some persons of interest involved in the illicit tobacco trade through the crime as a service methodology being involved in potentially some anti-Semitic attacks.
Okay, and at the end of the investigation that's on foot now with regard to the Adass Israel synagogue firebombing, you're very transparent with what information you can be, like most law enforcement agencies. Will there be some form of declassified report that outlines the findings and facts of the case once you've done your work?
It's difficult to answer that question while we're in the middle of the investigation, because we have individuals before the court, so there'll be matters that will play out through the courts, so that may be one avenue where facts will become available to the community. But I also might just throw to Assistant Commissioner Nutt to talk about the engagement that we have been doing with the Jewish community, particularly in relation to the Adass synagogue.
Thank you, Stephen Nutt, the Assistant Commissioner for Counter-Terrorism and Special Investigations. And as part of my role, I'm also on the Joint Management Committee of the Joint Counter-Terrorism teams across Australia. So the Adass Israel synagogue arson attack is part of my remit. So as part of not only the community response and community engagement, we've had ongoing dealings with the congregation and leaders of the synagogue, of course. In addition to that, a number of Jewish organisations across Australia in terms of understanding the impact of the change in the operating environment, but also discussing strategies how we as law enforcement can work together, and that includes how we engage with groups such as the Community Security Group and other organisations to develop that joint understanding and opportunities to explain and understand where we're at with investigations within the confines of, we've got an ongoing investigation, but also to hear any concerns the community have.
Sure. Okay. All right. Well, thank you. We'll see what comes of that. Obviously, it's an open-ended sort of thing. Just a step change for me, if we can go to matters Bondi, and I'm not going to go to the details of the case, but I did want to know whether advice was sought from the AFP as part of any arrangement with Home Affairs about whether there should have, what form of inquiry should have occurred. Was that something that your agency was requested for advice on, i.e. whether it was like the Richardson Review or a Royal Commission? Is that a question that came to the AFP or not?
That is not something that I would provide advice on as the Commissioner of the AFP. My role is to provide advice on police actions, on the operating environment, operational risks and threats. So that is my role.
Easy. That's fine. No, that's a straight up and down no. Very good. Well, I presume, though, that the officials from the AFP will be willing to, if called, appear before the Royal Commission. I assume that would be a matter of course.
That's correct.
Yes, okay. If I can then ask, I want to go to some of the reporting which it's been refuted subsequently, but reporting that in May of 2024 there was an internal warning that operational changes implemented and there wasn't adequate resourcing. There were claims that there were, for every single officer working on internal counter-terrorism efforts, monitoring 20 to 30 people. Are you familiar with that reporting that came out in the wake of Bondi?
I'm familiar with some media reporting, whether it's the specific one.
Yeah, a claim that was made, I don't know what newspaper it was in, that caseloads for AFP officers monitoring watch lists were up to 20 to 30 people per officer. Are you familiar with that particular claim?
It's difficult for me to say yes or no because, for starters, watch list is not a term that we would use, so I'm just trying to understand what element of our CT command you might be talking about. If it helps, I can throw to the Chief Operating Officer to talk in general around our CT resourcing, and then perhaps to the Deputy Commissioner responsible.
Well, yes. Are you familiar with the... am I talking to you, Deputy Commissioner Nutt, or who's...
I'm Assistant
Deputy Commissioner. Okay. Are you familiar with that reporting? The claim of large lists of individuals of interest who are being monitored by officers within the AFP, 20 to 30 people per officer. It was a claim that was refuted by the government later. I just want to get an understanding of the facts around this.
Yeah, and thank you. I mean, I'm broadly aware of that, and as the Commissioner said, we don't use terminology like watch lists and the like, but certainly, and happy to hand over the Chief Operating Officer in a second in terms of our more resourcing, Catherine Gert, but more broadly just to sort of discuss how, I suppose, we have a very mature prioritisation process across the AFP, and resources will sort of wax and wane depending on what operational requirements happen at any one time. And so it'd be very difficult to provide a very static, one individual does one thing and only one thing all the way through an operation, because we do manoeuvre based on the priority that's required. But happy to hand over to the Chief Operating Officer in terms of our resourcing more broadly.
Thank you, Deputy Catherine Van Gert, Chief Operating Officer. So, Senator, just happy to confirm that since 2019-20, our funding has increased by 38.2% overall for the AFP, and our ASL has also increased by 25.3% over that period. As both the Commissioner and the Deputy flag, we do maintain a flexible, mobile, deployable workforce, so we're not restricted to keeping bums in seats in certain commands. We surge across different priorities depending on the threat of the day. And as the Deputy highlighted, we have a very robust prioritisation system in the AFP that guides our tasking each week. In terms of our CT funding, the way our CT command has been funded has been through various historical and current funding measures. So we have a range of base funding measures, but also NPPs, new policy proposals for specific funding arrangements, such as the high-risk terrorism offender is terminating funding that terminates this June, and we're currently in conversations to seek ongoing funding in that regard.
Right now?
Have you got one final question?
Yeah, I'll ask one further question on this if I can, Chair. Yeah, so this report emerged in The Australian on the 15th of December, and it was written by Janet Albrechtson and Stephen Rice, and it says The Australian is aware of a 3-page report written in May 2024 by 3 commanders of the Counter-Terrorism Command, outlining the potentially disastrous impact of low staff levels within the command and containing data to support the claims of dangerously low staffing levels in the critical area of counter-terrorism. It goes on to say that the report went to you when Acting Deputy Commissioner Barrett, and the reference to there was a quote here, the ratio is something like, for every person, and they're not all sworn police doing it in those teams, they're responsible for 20 to 30 people on the watch list. Was there a report of this nature commissioned?
Senator, a couple of things I can correct the record on there. That brief did not formally make its way to me. There were some inaccuracies within that brief at the commander level, which meant it didn't get beyond the Assistant Commissioner level, and indeed there was conversations internally with the Chief Financial Officer to work through some of the discrepancies and misunderstandings that were in that brief, but the coup may like to add to that.
That's correct, Senator, that the document that you're referring to that was referenced in the media did not make its way up to the AFP governance levels and was not considered.
So it died, that was all inaccurate?
So our Enterprise Operations Board is our internal governance mechanisms that oversees resourcing and finance allocations for our agency, and that board, I chair it. The Deputy Commissioners sit on that with me, as well as the Chief Financial Officer and National Manager of People, National Manager of Strategy as well. Monthly we meet to discuss our budget and set the resourcing for the agency. Separately we have our Investigations Operations Board that meets bi-monthly, that sets the prioritisation for where our resources are moved. So we monitor things like caseloads across all our crime types and all our operational areas to decide where our resources are being deployed.
But that report with inaccuracies, it just evaporated after problems were detected? What happened to it?
Senator, I think the Assistant Commissioner can help.
No, I'm going to indicate I'm going to rotate the call after the
I'll be very quick, Chair. So the inaccuracies that are being referred to, that was a report that was drafted in response to a proposed budget figure, and it was realised after that response was drafted that the budget figure was actually incorrect, so way too low. And that was corrected in the subsequent. So the discussion was never really had to be had because the actual budget figures were provided to the command. So it was for the lack of a better phrase, an initial response to a draft figure. Sorry, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for your efficient response there. Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you. Switching terrain to a corporate corruption case, and I want to try and be as brisk as I can. I know there are a lot of questions at the table today. This is Operation Trig, which I understand was a 10-year-long operation that resulted in a $1,000 fine recently for Mr David Savage, who was the architect of Australia's longest-running corporate bribery scandal. He paid that trivial penalty. I recently got a traffic fine for being a bit faster than I should have on Northbourne Avenue, and it was almost the same amount of money, $1,000, for covering up a payment of $45 million to corrupt Iraqi politicians. Corruption experts are horrified at this penalty and the fact that this case has taken 10 years, I understand. Is that the case, that it took that long to get an outcome?
Senator, I think your figure is correct. It did take 10 years, and I think your interest in these types of matters, and we've raised the complexities involved, particularly in relation to foreign bribery investigations. And this was a particularly complex investigation, noting the person in question was not charged with foreign bribery offences. We didn't find because not for the want of trying, Senator, but effectively we didn't find there was sufficient evidence.
He was fined for misleading his board.
Correct,
and concealing a payment, as I understand it.
But I would say that this prosecution is ongoing, and there's another individual involved.
One other individual, is it an Australian?
Correct.
Yes. Why did it take so long?
There's a range of issues, I think, Senator. I think in relation to gaining, the investigation linked back to Iraq, so obtaining documents from Iraq. There was a range of MARs. There's been a range of
MARs?
Mutual assistance requests. So obviously we can receive information from overseas countries, but to present that information in an admissible format before the court, we need to go through a formal mutual assistance request that needs to be facilitated through the Attorney General's Department, Senator.
So in other countries, people have been jailed for up to 3 years for matters related to this. There have been significant fines, very, very sizable penalties, and here we are.
I haven't got those details, but what I would say in relation to this case, and as I've noted, there is a prosecution ongoing in relation to this matter.
And do you think it will have a different outcome than a $1,000 fine?
Well, listen, it's before the court, Senator.
How much did,
It's before the court, and again, I need to be careful. It's before the court, and we need to let that play out.
So what's your estimated cost of this 10-year investigation?
Well, I think, Senator, I'm happy to take that on notice. We recognise this, and a number of other investigations have taken an incredibly long time. It's obviously you're frustrated. It's frustrating for our investigators to be involved in these investigations. We have reviewed in terms of how we investigate these types of matters. We have worked with the Department and with Home Affairs in terms of legislative reform, and there has been some legislative reform to assist us in relation to this. But, unfortunately, it's not like the movie, Senator. This is tough, hard work where evidence is often located in countries that it creates significant challenges for us also. Also, once we get these matters to court or even before court, challenges of legal professional privilege and getting these matters through the court process. It is complex and challenging. That's not an excuse. That's just the reality that we operate in, as Senator. But what I can say is, particularly under the Commissioner, foreign bribery still is a priority matter, a priority focus for the AFP, and we'll continue to investigate these matters.
We've had such limited success. What legislative change do we need? What changes do we need that may enable the more vigorous outcomes? Clearly, there is no disincentive to someone to do incredible illegal acts with enormous exchanges of money, and there is no penalty. There is effectively no penalty.
Well, if we can mount a successful prosecution, there'll be a penalty, Senator. It's not a victimless crime. I think it's been described like that before. It's a serious crime. It has disastrous impact on the confidence in the economic and the financial system, and it is, as I said, particularly under the Commissioner and the previous Commissioner.
Not for Mr Savage, however. He's retreated to his French chalet, having paid his $1,000, paid $2 million in the year in which he enabled this transaction. It is a financial scandal. Can you focus in on what we need to do to make sure this doesn't occur? And Minister, if I can come to you, I'd like to hear your appetite, the government's appetite for dealing with this really significant failure.
We have been supported by government. There has been legislative reform in relation to that space, and as a matter of completeness, I'll take that on notice and provide you detail on that, Senator. But there has been positive engagement. Which I think has assisted us in terms of how we investigate these matters.
And Minister, do you want to make any comment on the failure of our system to pursue this event?
No, as Mr McCartney has said, Deputy Commissioner McCartney has said, there has been support provided by the government. We will always take advice from agencies about any changes that may be needed to the law, and we'll take action as required.
Thank you, David.
Thanks, Bob. 27 cents a day. That's what he's paid. Commissioner, I assume you've seen the footage from the Sydney protest last night, where New South Wales police violently attacked countless protesters. Does that footage raise concerns for you, given President Herzog, we're told, will be visiting Canberra tomorrow?
I have seen some footage. I'm not characterising it the way you have. I'm just agreeing that I have seen some footage, or acknowledging that I have seen some footage. In relation to the President's visit tomorrow, obviously our focus through both ACT policing and the broader AFP is to ensure the protective security and community safety in relation to the visit. I might throw to Deputy Commissioner Surek to talk in a little more detail, just noting that obviously we don't talk specifics about security overlays for guests of government or
no, I understand that, Commissioner, but I want to be clear. I can't tell you how many messages I've had from the community, deeply distressed at the level of violence against the community. You speak of community safety. The New South Wales Premier, the New South Wales Police Commissioner was speaking in those same terms before New South Wales Police unleashed their violence against community. So, Deputy Commissioner, when you respond to community safety, can you indicate what the AFP is going to be doing to keep the community themselves safe, including peaceful protesters safe?
Well, we constantly communicate out to... Sorry, I don't know if this on. Can you hear me, Senator? Yeah. Constantly communicate out to the community that they have a right for peaceful protest. We advise the community that there will be policing in the area, and I know the Chief Police Officer for the ACT is here with us, who will be ultimately responsible for the community here in Canberra. But
There you go.
Yeah, but all our members know the appropriate way to act and behave to ensure the safety of the community.
Well, I would hope that your members are being spoken to about the events last night that happened on the streets of Sydney. And I've got to tell you, I've seen men put their hands up and be literally accosted, punched, dragged to the ground and attacked by New South Wales Police. I saw one young man on the light rail line on George Street, held face down by New South Wales Police while one officer repeatedly smashed his head into the ground and another delivered repeated kidney punches. He was on the ground, prone. Are you speaking to police officers on the ground here in the AFP, you or the Chief Commissioner in the ACT, and saying we cannot have that, we must not have that, peaceful protest needs to be respected?
Senator, I might pass to the Chief Police Officer.
Senator Scott Lee, Chief Police Officer for the ACT. Certainly for ACT policing, Senator, I obviously won't comment on the New South Wales instance. That's obviously a matter for questions to the New South Wales Police and the New South Wales Government. But a couple of key points for us. We'll certainly have a significant policing presence tomorrow for the visit of President Herzog to the ACT. Firstly, that's to ensure that we keep everyone safe during that visit, including the protesters. We absolutely respect the right of people for peaceful protests here in the ACT, and we certainly maintain a community-centred approach to ensuring that those protests can occur peacefully. We engage with protest organisers, as we did last night, for example, with the large gathering that occurred in Garema Place here in the ACT, and we certainly work with that protest and the organisers to ensure that that could occur, speeches could occur and the march could occur here in the ACT. Yeah,
but the question I put to all of you, and perhaps you're the one who's going to have the first test of it, Chief Police Officer.
Yeah.
Have you looked at what happened last night, and what assurance can you give that those scenes of incredible police violence will not be repeated when President Herzog is here in the ACT tomorrow?
Yeah, certainly, Senator, our members are well trained in terms of the management of protest here in the ACT. I think you would have seen recent protests even here within the precinct of Parliament House and how our members responded to those matters in a very calm, considered and professional way. Just recently, I think the most recent of those was on Australia Day, where we had our public order teams who worked to keep groups apart to ensure that there was no violence between those groups and to ensure that people could go about their peaceful protests. So there is absolutely, I can provide you with that assurance around the professionalism of our members, ensuring that they will go about their duties respectfully with the protest, but also if we do see criminal behaviour, responding appropriately. And our members and those briefings occurred this afternoon in the lead up to with our leadership team for that visit that will occur tomorrow. Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. My question's around the Invasion Day rally Perth attack. Given this country's general terrorism threat level has been assessed by ASIO as probable, and attacks in crowded places in major cities are the most likely targets, I'm curious to understand why the organisers of January 26 event were not informed on the risk and how to help them mitigate it.
Senator, are you talking specifically about the Western Australia,
yes.
Australia Day rally? So I can't speak for Western Australia Police. I do know that through obviously my engagement with Western Australia Police Commissioner that they obviously have engagement with protest organisers in the lead up to protest events, but I certainly can't speak on behalf of Western Australia Police. What I can say, and what both the WA Commissioner and I said when we did the media conference to announce the terrorism charge, is that we didn't have any specific intelligence in relation to what the individual was planning to do that would have allowed us to engage in terms of threat or risk for that specific protest.
So with the individual in question, if there was a probable risk of a lone actor undertaking an attack, why was the AFP not prepared for this?
I don't agree with how you've characterised that. I'm not sure what you mean that we weren't prepared, and I can't talk to, or the question would be better posed to the Director General in terms of the broad assessment of Australia Day. That is a document that ASIO produces, and I would just reinforce that in relation to protest activity, the primary law enforcement agencies with responsibility are the state and territory police, and that is most appropriate. They have, the volume of resources to be able to safely police large protest activity. The AFP does not. That is not our remit. Of course, we engage very heavily with state and territory police in relation to sharing intelligence, and through our national security investigations teams, obviously we are looking at protest activity to identify hate crimes and the like, but the primary engagement point, and quite rightly, is the state and territory jurisdictions.
So I'm correct to say that no particular measures were taken by the AFP in terms of the specific Perth Invasion Day rally?
So we have community liaison teams that are based in our capital cities around the country, and they have obviously good relationships with communities in their local areas. So there is ongoing engagement with community groups and community leaders. But I just reinforce that in relation to that specific Australia Day rally, there was no specific intelligence in relation to that individual, and I can't speak to what Western Australia Police did or didn't engage on with protest organisers.
So was there any AFP presence at the Invasion Day rally?
Yes, there was.
Perth?
I'll pass to Deputy Commissioner.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. There was, and the AFP's role, particularly around protecting parliamentarians, so we had a reason to be there for a specific individual. And equally, we have, as the Commissioner has said, ongoing engagement with the local jurisdiction, in this case Western Australia Police, to be able to quickly activate any intelligence flows or information. And this incident that occurred on Australia Day, within minutes Western Australia Police were able to respond, and within minutes the AFP were also aware. So we started to become familiar with the situation and already activate any response requirements that we have from the AFP, and in this circumstance the Joint Counter-Terrorism Team.
Thank you. And so what specific actions did the AFP take immediately following the attempted bombing?
For the AFP members there were a couple of our protective security members. I won't talk specifically because it related to a protective security overlay that we had there, but equally, as soon as the AFP through the Joint Counter-Terrorism Team became aware, we started to assist in terms of investigations.
And what measures were taken by the AFP to prevent a potential terror attack at any other January 26th events across the country? So not just in WA, but across the country.
Sure. As the Commissioner said, there was no specific intelligence broadly in terms of individuals undertaking any terrorism acts. I mean, we have a very mature Joint Counter-Terrorism Team construct around the country. The AFP is in every single jurisdiction, so we have those ongoing engagements with the states and territories. Any information that is shared in terms of intelligence is passed to the various jurisdictions, so the AFP works with our partners to get an understand of any threat environment.
Now, what would you say is the preparedness level that the AFP is intending to put in place to be proactive to keep First Nations people and other rallies safe?
So, as the Commissioner said, in terms of protest activity in the jurisdictions, that's the primary state and territory objective for their jurisdictions. The AFP will continue to work with states and territories. Any intelligence or information is always readily passed. We also have the National Security Investigation Teams, which is our proactive, preventative and early intervention teams. They are already in Melbourne, Sydney and Canberra, and the government announced additional funding late last year for the expansion of national security investigations. And as the Commissioner said in her opening, we will go and proactively look for hate disruptors.
Thank you. And just referring to the Commissioner's statement, opening statement, my next set of questions are briefly just around the threats that parliamentarians receive. Is it the responsibility of the AFP or a senator's office to determine whether a threat against a parliamentarian meets the threshold for law enforcement action?
Well, we encourage all parliamentarians to communicate with their contacts through the diplomatic protection teams and their liaison teams, and also make any reports that they feel that is of threat. The AFP will always assess and provide security advice, so it's a partnership in terms of being able to identify thresholds, identify any threat reporting. So it's a partnership throughout.
Thank you.
Senator, I can tell you I get a daily report every morning. It's one of the first reports I read when I come into work in the morning, which captures the last 24 hours in terms of threats, offensive, vile communication to parliamentarians. I think you could imagine how long that report is some days.
Trust me, I get it every day.
But
and we're probably reporting to you every day.
Yes, it is top priority, and we just, as the Deputy Commissioner has said, we really encourage that exchange of information so that we can take swift action.
So just, I've got a few examples. On 28th of November 2025, my office received an email stating, and I quote, "How about your husband gets murdered?" Does the AFP consider that statement to be a threat requiring assessment?
Certainly, on initial glance, that would certainly be at least the offensive nature of that. I'd have to have the investigators look at the context and the totality of that. But any of that kind of information, I encourage that to be provided to your diplomatic liaison contacts, and we'll treat every matter seriously.
Because we did report this, and following that incident, my staff were told on 1st of December 2025 that the onus was on our office to keep a dossier and decide when behaviour reached a threshold. So I'd be very interested to know whether that particular wording would meet your threshold. Why was the AFP outsourcing threat triage to a senator's office? I mean, my office is already under-resourced and understaffed. I can't subject my team to be then triaging hateful and just vile emails like that.
Senator, could I take that one on notice just to explore more about it? Because I'm not familiar with the totality of that one.
No worries. Does the AFP assess patterns of escalation over time, or does it treat each threatening incident in isolation?
It would be a mixture that we would have to do, and I won't go into in terms of our threat and methodology in terms of how we assess, but certainly, as I said earlier, just encourage that ongoing communication, and very happy to obviously take on notice the matters that you are specifically indicating to.
Please. And
can I just add that we also have a fixated threat assessment team which does look to those behaviours you described, whether someone's escalating or ramping up and whether we need to intervene. That may not always be a police intervention, it might be a mental health intervention or some other joint intervention by authorities. And we have a standing threat review committee as well, which is senior members within the organisation that assess those matters that we deem to meet the threshold of a threat to ensure that it's being managed and triaged appropriately.
Thank you. And just my final question, I'll put the rest on notice because, again, I've got a duty of care towards my team. On January 20th, an AFP officer advised my office that the individual who had this fixation risk assessed over November, January and February was horrified we took offence and that the language was not a threat. Is it appropriate for AFP officers to minimise threatening language based on a sender's claimed intent?
Please let us take that one on notice again. I want to personally look into the details of that one, but can I just reiterate, please encourage your office to continue to keep reporting, recording information and reporting it to us so that we have the full picture.
Yep, and just on that, it would be amazing to ensure that, the AFP firewall enables you guys to access emails, because my office was told on 4th of February that they were not able to access threatening emails with links attached, and I don't think it's fair for my team to be opening those links and exposing themselves to something that falls within your remit.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Again, I'm not familiar with that.
That's fine.
We'll look into it.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner. Lot of questions, limited time, so short, sharp responses either way I'd really appreciate. Was AFP advice sought by PM&C prior to the National Cabinet following the terrorist attack in Bondi, in terms of particularly the 4 initiatives they put forward around a buyback, limiting the number of firearms, the citizenship requirement for licensing, open-ended licensing and recategorisation?
Thank you. I'll pass to our Chief Operating Officer.
Thanks, Senator. Our team within AFP did have engagements with the Attorney-General's Department and the Home Affairs Department in relation to draft legislation.
Yep. Sorry, just to be really clear about my question. I would assume you'd have input into the draft legislation. I'm talking about the press conferences and the announcements the day after following the Bondi terrorist attack. So there did seem to be a shift in language over time. We heard evidence, I'm assuming you will have watched the evidence from Home Affairs on this morning, as they were getting a briefing ready to go to National Cabinet. PM&C sought advice from Home Affairs. I'm asking, was AFP asked to provide advice for that brief as well?
I might pass back to the Deputy in terms of we would have been giving potential updates on our operational matters, but we wouldn't have been writing media releases.
On the day, did you provide advice to PM&C around the National Cabinet agenda?
I think we might have to take that one on notice. I'm sorry. There was a lot of meetings and engagement in those early days, and to be to give you full, a fulsome answer.
Okay, so I would like to know yes or no. I assume yes, and that you would recall that, and whether the AFP gave specific advice around the 4 suggested changes. I now would like to go to, can you confirm all guns used on the 14th of December were lawfully registered in Mr Akram's name in New South Wales?
Thank you. In terms of the ongoing sort of details in relation to the Bondi terrorist attack, as it's an ongoing investigation, we aren't going to reveal specific details from our perspective.
So on the 16th of December, the New South Wales Police Commissioner said publicly at a press conference that Sajid Akram was licensed to hold a Category AB licence and the firearms that we've seized were attached to that licence appropriately. You're not disclosing anything. Can you confirm that the guns used on the 14th of December were lawfully registered in Mr Akram's name?
I'll say to that as well, registration of firearms is a matter for New South Wales Police, so they will have the authority in terms of being able to confirm.
So there's no data sharing between the AFP and the New South Wales Police when it comes to a terrorist attack?
There certainly is.
So you know the answer to my question.
But it's part of an ongoing investigation.
No one's going to be investigating whether the guns were lawfully registered to Mr Akram, if or not.
Senator,
you're saying they are?
Senator, the Deputy Commissioner has twice said that no one here wants to jeopardise ongoing police investigations.
Absolutely.
And that's the reason for not answering the question.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, do you know if any of the guns used were modified and if those modifications were compliant with current laws?
Again, due to ongoing operational matters, I'm not going to answer that. And again, as we've pointed out, gun registration is the remit of New South Wales Police.
Only Category D licensed shooters can have a shotgun magazine capacity of more than 5 rounds, is that correct?
We don't administer gun legislation. That is, it is the remit of the
But does anyone at the table know the answer to my question? No one knows anything about the National Firearm Agreement.
Well, they're not saying that.
That wasn't the question.
That's not
well, it actually is a question about Category D firearms.
You asked a question
licences
about state
that are
regulation.
Articulated in the NFA. It's got nothing to do with New South Wales.
Federal police
This is a general
questions.
question.
Yeah, no, it's not a general question.
It is.
It's about the law in New South Wales.
Category D licensed shooters can have a shotgun magazine capacity of more than 5 rounds, yes or no?
It's a New South Wales government issue.
It's actually not. I'm not mentioning New South Wales.
Yeah, you're not mentioning it, but you're asking a question about
Minister, do you
laws in
know
New South
how many,
Wales.
or everyone at this table knows that there are Category A and B licences. I'm getting nods from the officers, Category C, Category D, Category H, etc. Everybody knows. I'm asking a simple clarifying question that has nothing to do with specifics around New South Wales. So stop running the protection racket. The officers are very capable.
Are you suggesting
are very
that
capable
AFP
of answering
are the
this
subject
very
of the protection
simple
racket?
question.
Are you suggesting that AFP officers are the subject of a protection racket? You should really think harder about what you're saying.
You know what,
here.
Minister? Your deflection and wasting of my time is getting a little boring tonight.
You keep asking questions that these officers can't
To
answer.
obtain a Category D licence, you have to be a professional vermin eradicator or a primary producer. Is that correct? Mr Lee.
Senator, I can answer in relation to, obviously I'm responsible for the firearms registry here in the ACT. The ACT government has obviously introduced legislation as part of the, that is now before the ACT Legislative Assembly, and obviously will go through committee. And we are, with the ACT Police Minister, part of the ongoing discussions around legislative reform and what negotiations might occur with the National Firearms Agreement. In relation to your question, and I'm happy to take it on notice, Senator, in terms of some of the complexity around Category A, Category B, Category C and Category D firearms in the ACT, there are obviously some complexities there around whether shotguns, shotgun magazine capacity, the loading systems of a shotgun, as you're fully aware, between whether it's for sporting or recreational use or for an occupational use, centre fire, rim fire, firearms. So there is a range of complexities there that are unique to our ACT registry. So certainly happy to take that on notice, Senator, to provide you with a response what those classifications look like in the ACT and how that is applied if that would assist.
Did the AFP receive any advice from New South Wales Police following the Deputy Commissioner's public comments that Mr Akram had a gun licence for a decade, for 10 years, and then had to correct the record, bringing it back to only the accurate amount, which was the gentleman held a licence for 2 years. Did the New South Wales Police advise the AFP prior to the correction made by the New South Wales Deputy Commissioner?
From my perspective, in terms of the investigation was tracking the location of the firearms registered to Mr Akram from a public safety perspective. In terms of the registry details, licence details, they are in the hands of New South Wales Police.
No, I know, but did they advise you when they realised he'd made a public error? Did they advise the AFP prior to correcting the public record?
I was not part of any communication chain that related to that. But again, we're in joint arrangements.
Commissioner, do you know if anyone in the AFP was in receipt of communication that there had been a mistake made in a press conference that the Deputy Commissioner would be publicly correcting at a future date?
I don't know, but that of course doesn't mean that it didn't happen, so I'm happy to take that one on notice.
And I've just got another question on the National Firearms Register. In your professional capacity, if the National Firearms Register had been fully operational prior to the Bondi attack, would that have generated the types of alerts and risk flags based on firearm ownership, licensing history or intelligence holding relating to the alleged offenders that would have actually assisted law enforcement agencies to stop the attack?
I think that's a very difficult question to answer, and I suspect, part of that will be before the Royal Commission as well, so I'm not comfortable answering that question.
Thank you. I've got lots on notice.
Thank you for your assistance, Senator Mackenzie. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair. I just note the time and I'll try and make this as concise as possible. Commissioner, do you know what the expected cost for the AFP of policing for President Herzog visits to Canberra will be?
No, I don't.
Do you know, do you have a costing to the AFP of his visit to date? Because I assume you've been providing some ongoing policing to date.
We will have costings, but there are various elements of the AFP that are involved in the visit, of course, across different locations.
All right. Well, can you provide on notice what the cost to date is and what the expected cost of the visit overall is to the AFP?
We can take that on notice.
Commissioner, this is an awkward question, but I'm going to ask you, was there a formal application and selection process when you were selected as AFP Commissioner? And did it have full contestation? And what was the assessment process?
Yeah, that's a question for government, Senator, in terms of my appointment.
All right, Minister, was there a formal application and a full selection process for the selection of the AFP Commissioner?
I don't know. I can take that on notice, but certainly appointment processes for secretaries of departments are undertaken by the Prime Minister, and questions relating to those appointments are handled by PM&C. I must admit I don't know if that's the case with the AFP Commissioner as well, but it may well be that that's a question that needs to go to PM&C.
Well, I'm asking it to you to the extent that you're representing the Minister. Can you detail, and you'll clearly have to take it on notice, what the selection process was, whether there was an open selection process, and how many people were considered in the selection process, which led to Commissioner Barrett's appointment?
I can take that on notice, but I can repeat comments the Prime Minister's previously made that we have the utmost confidence in Commissioner Barrett.
I'm not asking about your confidence. I'm asking about the integrity of the selection process and what that was. And I appreciate you getting a rapid response from the Minister.
Well, I've taken it on notice.
Commissioner Barrett, did you appoint an acting commissioner during your Pacific travel when the Bondi incident occurred? Was there an acting commissioner in place?
Are you talking about my travel to Vanuatu?
Yes. I said Pacific, but yes.
No, I didn't. My travel was around 48 hours in duration.
Was it during your travel that the Bondi incident occurred? And I don't mean to minimise it. Was it during your travel that it happened?
Yes, it was.
What was the effect of not having an acting commissioner in place? Who was in charge of the AFP?
I was in charge of the AFP. I had full communication from where I was. In fact, I was able to dial into the very first NSC that was held within less than 2 hours after the Bondi incident from where I was in Vanuatu. So I was in charge of the AFP.
Well, Minister, do you think that that's an appropriate situation to have the head of the AFP in Vanuatu not have an on-ground acting commissioner in place, particularly given the tragic circumstances that happened when the Bondi incident occurred?
I'm not aware of any concerns about the Commissioner's conduct.
Were you able, Commissioner Barrett, to have maintained guaranteed secure communications with the AFP throughout your 2 days in Vanuatu, and if so, how?
Yes, I was. I had a hardened device that I could use while I was travelling, and I also had access to the secure facilities in the High Commission.
I again ask you, Minister, in terms of ensuring that the AFP can respond as rapidly as possible when incidents like this are happening, did you know that the Commissioner had left the country and was in Vanuatu and did not have an acting commissioner in place at the time of the Bondi incident?
Well, I assume you're asking me whether the Minister
I'll ask it on
knew.
two bases. Did you know personally, and secondly, did the Minister for Home Affairs know?
Well, I didn't know, but that's because I'm not the Minister, and I can take on notice the Minister's knowledge.
All right.
But again, we have the utmost confidence in Commissioner Barrett.
Senator, the AFP responded extremely swiftly, immediately after Bondi. So I take offence if there's any insinuation that we didn't as an organisation.
Oh, Commissioner, if you want to know my opinion, I think it was extraordinary that you didn't appoint an acting commissioner when you left the country, and I can't understand how it happened. Given you invited my opinion, that's my opinion.
Well,
I think
Senator Schubert has been disrespectful to public servants all day, all year. Every estimate's...
I think we're at a position
it's disappointing,
where we can move on
said something about his character.
From questions now. We can rotate the call.
You do it every time.
Thank you very much. Go to Senator Roberts for one very brief question.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing tonight. Given the role of the Australian Federal Police to enforce Commonwealth laws and to protect Australians, what further steps have been taken to open up the lines of communication between ASIO and the AFP, and between the AFP and Home Affairs, to prevent future acts of terrorism post the Bondi atrocity and the attempted bombing in Western Australia on Australia Day this year?
Could you take that? Senator, the AFP have long and enduring relationships with particularly ASIO. Our counter-terrorism construct has been in for a significant amount of time, and the information sharing is excellent. Equally with the various Commonwealth agencies, in particular Home Affairs, enduring and constant relationships there and information sharing.
Has there been any additional arrangements made?
The relationships there are strong and enduring. When we do set up new capabilities, such as the National Security Investigations apparatus, there's a re-strengthening of relationships there, particularly even with the states and territories. The AFP are brokers of relationships of the Commonwealth with states and territories as well. So it's a very mature apparatus and architecture.
But nothing specifically new?
I'd go further to what not only the Commissioner has said, but also the Deputy around the announcement of the National Security Investigation Teams as a new initiative, and also how we're working in with, and as the Commissioner said in the opening statement, around working with state security investigation or intelligence units on security intelligence, security investigations. So one of the key aspects of that is looking for any intelligence or investigation that involves hate extremism that could transition into a joint counter-terrorism arrangement, which have been in place for a very long time. But again, it's another mechanism that supports existing arrangements nationally.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you for your brevity there, Senator Roberts. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Chair. First, Commissioner, can I thank you and your team for the outstanding response following the Bondi terrorist attack. I've sat on this committee for over 6.5 years now, and I've always been impressed with the efforts of the AFP, the agency, and how much you all put your heart and soul into protecting Australians. Yeah. There's been some... as you'd be aware, there were devastating events in Iran following protests in late December, which continued through January. The Iranian Australian diaspora, many of whom came to this country as refugees on humanitarian visas fleeing political persecution, have shown great courage in terms of peaceful protests, calling for peace and democracy and human rights in Iran. I've had raised with me by many, many members of the diaspora their concerns about intimidation, foreign interference, being targeted by agents of the Iranian regime, including people who may or may not be associated with the IRGC in Australia. And I'm just seeking your thoughts and an update with respect to how the AFP is responding to this and any contact you're having with the Iranian Australian diaspora.
Sure, I might pass either to the Deputy or the Assistant Commissioner, but just to reinforce that anyone in the community who has information to share in relation to those sorts of behaviours that you described, we would really encourage that they come forward or seek to pass that information to us through trusted sources.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. And I might hand over to Steve Nutt in a second as well, but certainly we have quite a strengthened network of community liaison teams across the AFP that work really closely in with states and territories and Home Affairs liaison teams as well, to be able to connect in with the community, provide them information, advice, allow them to sort of have a safe arena to communicate with us. We understand foreign interference. It's a serious threat, and we take each matter very seriously.
If you could just speak to this particular threat.
In terms of the Iranian threat? Yep. Well, there will be continuous engagement through the community liaison teams in regards to that. We know that the AFP has also published a our foreign interference threats in 41 different languages, so there's access for community to be able to connect in with that.
Anything in particular being done in relation to this particular threat that's emerged over the last month or so?
What I can say, it's a priority area for not only community liaison teams, but also acting on any information that's reported either through to ASIO or ourselves as part of the Counter Foreign Interference Task Force. So we take those reports through National Security Hotline, Crime Stoppers and others very seriously. They're all assessed to determine what threat they pose and have varying levels of engagement with the individuals that report the threats. We obviously take it very seriously. We're also mindful that you referenced the IRGC as an organisation as listed as a state sponsor of terrorism. Any individual who's providing support to the IRGC onshore here or offshore obviously engages in the new range of offences that relate to state sponsors of terrorism. If anyone holds information, we're very interested in receiving it, acting on it, but not only by ourselves but with our partners ASIO in the counter foreign interference.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. That is all the time we have tonight for questions for you. I imagine there's going to be plenty of questions on notice for you, but thank you very much for your patience in a period much later than what you were on the program. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You're now released, and I now welcome our next witnesses. I call officers from the Australian Security Intelligence Organisation. Thank you. While we've got people leaving the room, but also the Director General at the table, I'll begin by saying welcome to this evening. Have you got an opening statement?
I do, Chair.
Is it possible to have you table the opening statement?
My strong preference is to do it because I think it will answer all the questions.
Oh, okay. That's confidence. I like that. This late in the day.
ASIO in true form.
Please proceed. And I'd encourage you to read on 1.5.
I'll go quickly. Thank you. On behalf of ASIO, I acknowledge the deep pain and grief of the families, friends and community of those killed and injured in this heartbreaking and senseless Bondi terror attack. I acknowledge the first responders, both uniform and civilian, who ran towards danger to help, and I acknowledge my staff and law enforcement partners who have literally been working around the clock since the attack. At times like these, it is understandable and appropriate for the community to ask questions and demand answers. How did this happen? Why did this happen? Why wasn't it discovered? Why wasn't it stopped? Was enough done to address anti-Semitism? If not, why not? How can we prevent a similar attack in the future? These questions and many more will no doubt be addressed by the Royal Commission on Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion. That is as it should be. The Royal Commission is the appropriate place and the appropriate vehicle to explore these legitimate concerns. We will cooperate fully, and in fact we are already cooperating. ASIO expects scrutiny and embraces accountability, and for that reason I welcome the Royal Commission. As a nation, we are rightly shocked by any terrorist attack, but we should not be surprised. A national terrorism threat level of probable means just that. An attack or an attack planning is more likely than not. When we raised the threat level in August 24, we warned Australia's security environment was degrading. I said we were tracking an increase in extremism. More Australians being radicalised, more Australians being radicalised more quickly, and more Australians willing to use violence to advance their cause. We noted that the most likely terrorist attack would involve an individual or small group using easily obtained weapons such as guns, moving to violence with little to no warning in a way that would be difficult to detect. I repeatedly put on the record my concerns about escalating anti-Semitism in our country, with the general harassment and intimidation of Jewish Australians, transitioning to the direct targeting of people, businesses and places of worship. I told this committee anti-Semitism was ASIO's most pressing threat to life priority. The Royal Commission and any future court processes constrain what I can say publicly, but I'd like to take this opportunity to put several matters on the record. First, a note of caution about hindsight. The benefits of hindsight are obvious. As an engineer, I know the importance of root cause analysis. It's critical to also acknowledge the handicaps of hindsight. Things that might appear obvious in retrospect may not have been obvious at that time, and when individuals made decisions in one context, it may not be fair to judge them in a different context. In the days and weeks after the Bondi attack, assumptions, assertions, hypotheticals and opinions quickly became accepted as facts by some. They were recycled and exaggerated in the following weeks. This resulted in calls for action that were not supported by any fact. This is why the Royal Commission is so important. It will take time to get the full facts, and it is critical that these facts are known, because that is how the questions I outlined earlier can be answered. Immediately after the attack, I commissioned a review of ASIO's decision-making around our investigation into Navid Akram. The review was conducted internally, but by a reviewer from outside ASIO who received unfettered and unfiltered access to our records. The review is highly classified because it contains details about individuals and sensitive capillaries. However, I can say that we stand by our 2019 assessment. The Akrams did not adhere to or intend to engage in violent extremism at that time. In other words, many of the claims and criticisms being made about ASIO's handling of the case are baseless. Of course, these matters will be investigated by the Royal Commission, and we will provide it with a full classified report to assist its inquiries. The Royal Commissioner, of course, will reach her own conclusions. If ASIO is found to have made mistakes, we will own them and we will learn from them. ASIO and our law enforcement partners have disrupted 28 major terrorism plots since September 2014. Tragically, though, we did not know what the perpetrators of the Bondi attack were planning, or indeed that they were planning anything. It appears the alleged terrorists demonstrated a high level of security awareness to hide their plot. In simple terms, they went dark to stay off the radar. This is a matter of grave regret for me and my officers. It weighs heavily on us. But that does not mean intelligence was ignored or my officers made mistakes. The grim reality is, as I've said many times, ASIO is not all-seeing and all-knowing. We cannot stop every terrorist, just as we cannot catch every spy. But we work around the clock to keep Australians safe. And I can assure the committee will continue to use all our powers and all our capacities, overt and covert, to protect Australia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General. We'll proceed directly to questions and start with Senator Blythe.
Thank you very much, and thank you. You're obviously on a lot later than we'd scheduled. I will say you didn't quite answer the question that I'm going to ask, and that could be because I'm analogue and I've written it down, so you couldn't have found it. Yesterday, we heard evidence from the INSLM, so the monitor, and he's looking at a review into the definition of a terrorist attack, which is in section 100.1 of the Criminal Code. He's looking at whether religion should be removed as a motivating factor from the definition. And I was wondering what ASIO's position was on this.
Yes, thank you, Senator. I understand what Mr Blight is doing. We don't believe religion can be moved from the definition, but of course I note the role of the independent monitor, and we'll let his inquiry continue. We'll respond to the hearings he's planning and he can make his final report.
Thank you. Have you provided a submission?
We have done one submission, and
yep.
I understand we're going to be called to some hearing at sometime in March, I believe.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Daniel.
Thank you. And yes, your statement, as you predicted, sort of answered most of my questions here as well. Though just on the Richardson review, has ASIO had interaction with Mr Richardson or any functionary of the review as yet?
So before the Royal Commission, we had engagement with Mr Richardson, and now the Royal Commission is fired up. We're having engagement with Mr Richardson through the Royal Commission.
Through that, okay. And you have committed to providing, I think you mentioned before, the fully classified report to the Royal Commission, and I presume to Mr Richardson as well as part of that. That's all part of the
It's all part of the one
interaction.
thing.
Yeah, okay.
And we will provide that full report.
And that would extend to officers, your officers as required, yourself or any of your associates there appearing before the Royal Commission?
It's a matter for the Royal Commission who they call, but we will fully support the Royal Commission.
And cooperate, no problems. All right, look, I don't have any further questions. It was a comprehensive statement, and again, thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Daniel. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for your attendance. It is late, Ms Burgess, but no, your opening statement didn't answer my questions either. I'm sorry. I appreciate the effort. ASIO made a fairly extraordinary statement just before the ABC Four Corners showed. And the last paragraph of that statement issued by ASIO was, given the errors in Four Corners questions and noting the journalist has previously broadcast false claims about ASIO and the outcomes, we hold grave concerns about the accuracy of the proposed story. And you finished with this. If the ABC chooses to publish claims it cannot substantiate, particularly ones that it has been told are untrue, we will reserve our right to take further action. What threats were you making against the ABC there? What was the content of the further action you were threatening against the ABC?
So that wasn't us making a threat. That was simply us saying, depending what you run, we reserve our right.
Well, what further action were you say not threatening? I read it as a threat. What further action were you saying you'd take against the ABC?
Well, I'm still considering if I need to take further action, so I can't say anything more at this stage because I haven't formed a view on what that could be. Is there either a legal response or additional statements from me publicly to demonstrate the false claims? Of course, I'm minded and aware of there's a Royal Commission, and I think that's the best place through which I will do that.
Well, previously ASIO sought to deny or call into question whether or not the individual identified as Marcus in the ABC report was ever an ASIO agent. Do you maintain that position?
Our standard position is we neither confirm or deny if anyone is a human source.
Did you background media, when I say you, I mean ASIO, did you background media alleging that he wasn't an ASIO agent at the time of the first ABC story?
We did not background media. Media came to us after our statement was put online.
Did you tell them off the record that Marcus was not an ASIO agent?
Our response is the statement that you've seen publicly.
Minister, it's clear from the ABC that Marcus is offshore. His statement indicates that he has a strong wish to attend to give evidence before the Royal Commission. Given the power of his evidence, given his statements that whilst working for ASIO as an undercover agent, he on multiple occasions advised ASIO that the Akrams, the dreadful two men, were serious security threats and should be followed and closely monitored. Will the government do all it can to assist getting Marcus to Australia, safely to Australia, protected from prosecution, so he can give evidence to the Royal Commission?
Well, it'll be a matter for the Royal Commission to determine who they call to provide evidence. And, you know, can I just reinforce what Mr Burgess has said, which is that that ASIO doesn't confirm whether particular individuals are or have been agents of theirs for very good reason.
Minister, if the Royal Commission is going to have credibility in assessing if ASIO fulfilled its functions, statutory functions, adequately or not, they must have Marcus appear before the Royal Commission to give evidence under oath. And for that to happen, it's going to require protection and cooperation from the government. Will you give that protection and cooperation so that he can attend before the Royal Commission and the public can have confidence?
Well, that's your view about the Royal Commission. The government believes that the Royal Commission should be allowed to independently make its own decisions on these things.
Well, if the Royal Commission seeks his attendance, will you provide the resources? But importantly, will you provide the political protection that he won't be prosecuted or prejudiced if he comes to Australia to give evidence to the Royal Commission?
Well, we will obviously consider requests from the Royal Commission if they should occur. I think Mr Burgess was going to add something here.
So, Senator, if it might help, I understand your question about my last sentence in the statement. My further action is about the ABC, not their sources. So it's nothing to do with the individual, and like the Minister, it's a matter for the Royal Commission, but if the gentleman you refer to as Marcus is required for evidence, he should give evidence to the Royal Commission. And I've got no legal basis to do anything against that person.
Well, I'm going to ask you for the record then, how many times did ASIO investigate Naved Akram between 2019 and the Bondi attack? And I've got to tell you the evidence that Marcus, or the statements that Marcus gave to the ABC leave a multitude of questions for you to answer. So I'm giving you an opportunity to answer some of them now.
So firstly, yes, I acknowledge the individual made multiple claims. I will say they are not true. Of course, he's welcome to put that to the Royal Commission. Of course, that's a matter for the Royal Commission, and obviously our report will explain our side and the Royal Commissioner can make her own judgments.
Minister, the gentleman known as Marcus is, it would appear, at real peril, not having the protection of living in Australia, not having any support from the Australian government, despite having worked for ASIO. It would appear to secure, to assist the public safety in Australia. Will the government provide support so that he can safely maintain himself, if for no other reason, that he can make an appearance before the Royal Commission and give assistance to the Royal Commission?
Well, I think your question included it would appear twice, and you're talking about a hypothetical being we don't know whether the Royal Commissioner will call this individual. So I'm not going to give a statement of the government's position
any support to him.
On a I didn't say that. I didn't say that. It's too late to be engaging in your verballing.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for being here again, Mr Burgess and your team. Root cause analysis, you've reassured me already. Thank you for your statement. I've just got a few questions. Is it true that there are approximately 200 would-be terrorists living in Australia? And is it true that there are over 18,000 people on the threat-related watch list?
What I can say publicly, we have a number of people that we have subject to investigations, including a number of people in our priority counter-terrorism caseload who obviously get the priority. There are tens of thousands of people who have come to our attention and are no longer being investigated by us. That does not mean tens of thousands of people are potential terrorists, but they're people that we have investigated.
Thank you. Is it true that the majority of these are Islamic sympathisers?
The vast majority,
on your list?
The vast majority of people that we've investigated since 2001 have come from religiously motivated violent extremism cohort, but of course we have seen growth in broader issue motivated violent extremists, including nationalist and racist violent extremists and people with a range of other grievances, and including on the extreme left, anarchists and revolutionists, which is something recently that we're getting involved in. So the mix is spread.
Okay, last question. Will ASIO take direct action in the future on strong suspicion of threat, even if the action runs the risk of being branded racist or the result of profiling or religious or whatever? Because it seems to be a matter of life and death.
Well, if there's a number of things in that, Senator. If it's a matter of life and death, we and the police will be on it, and we'll be doing that together with the police, because if it's an immediate threat to life, you need the police to go through the front door, not the security service. We always investigate threats to security, and that's what we're investigating. We're not racially profiling or doing anything else. We're looking at people who hold certain ideological views that think politically motivated violence or promotion of communal violence is something that supports them or in their remit, and we will act accordingly with the full force of our law. Of course, in everything we do and everything we must do has to be legal and proportionate to the threat that we have before us.
And will you label them at the risk of being called names?
Depends what you mean by label. We assign ideology.
The background.
Well, religiously motivated violent extremists, Sunni violent extremists, neo-Nazis, nationalist and racist violent extremists. We call them what we need to explain their ideology and motivation.
Great, thank you. One last challenge for you, very difficult one. Could you teach the Minister about root cause analysis, please?
Well, that's a matter for the Minister if he's interested. He probably has a very busy day job.
Senator Roberts, within
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. That concludes the questions we have for you this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair.
For your time, and I'm sure you'll receive a number of questions on notice.
Happy to respond. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now welcome the Special Envoy to combat Islamophobia.
Good evening, Senators.
Good evening. Malik? Malik.
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 Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Malik. Welcome. Would you like to make an opening statement?
I do have indeed, yeah. First of all, it was a pleasure to meet you all. It's nice to be able to be in physical proximity to individuals, which I'm normally looking through the television screens. So my opening statement. The December 14th terror attack on members of the Australian Jewish community rightfully provoked widespread revulsion and condemnation, uniting national solidarity with Jewish Australians. Anti-Semitism, like all forms of hatred and political violence, has no place in Australia and must be unequivocally confronted. In its aftermath, some have sought to exploit this terrorist attack as a justification for hostility towards Muslim Australians. This widespread Islamophobic response, both online and offline, has led to harassment, vilification, and threats against Muslim Australians, unfairly holding entire communities responsible for the actions of criminals. This is both morally wrong and fundamentally at odds with Australia's laws, values, and democratic traditions. Islamophobia is never a justified response to criminal acts, and no community should suffer because of the actions of the few. Collective blame undermines social cohesion and weakens public safety. All Australians must be safe to worship, participate in public life, and live free from discrimination, harassment, vilification, or violence. Thank you.
Chair.
Negotiable particle. Thank you. Senator Blythe, sorry, negotiate the time that we've got.
Thank you very much. And I will be direct because I'm conscious of time. So thank you for staying later. I think you're on a bit later than we were expecting.
Yeah, I wasn't sure to come in my pyjamas or not, but it's okay. Yeah.
Well, last Senate estimates, which was before December and the Bondi attacks, you did assert and certainly made a submission to INSLM and their inquiry that religion shouldn't be included as a definition for a terrorist attack.
That's correct.
Do you still stand by
I do,
that?
Senator. Yeah, I think there's a fundamental misunderstanding by what I'm trying to communicate. What I'm not saying is that Muslims are unable to conduct acts of terror. I'm not saying that at all. Muslims can, like anyone else, commit horrific acts of terrorism. What I'm saying is that the Muslim community believes that it's not religion that motivates them, it's ideology. And why do I say that? Because it just really takes a cursory understanding of Islamic history. So the forerunners of ISIS were the Khawarij. They were called the Kharijites. And if anyone knows anything about Islamic history, this is the first civil war within Islam. And Muslims, the Muslims cut them off from Islam. They regarded them outside of the pale of Islam. So that's why it's important to understand why Muslims are saying that. Once I made the statement, I was quite surprised by how many individuals had misinterpreted what I had said. So I'm glad for the question. I just want to confirm Muslims can commit horrific acts of terrorism, as we have seen December the 14th, but the Muslim community understands that to be an ideology, not religion. And I think it's nomenclature, is that what the argument is over. But the concern is shared with the Muslim community and the wider society.
Thank you for that. And I would certainly say that religion is broader than just one. So by removing it from a definition, you're talking about just one religion. And I think there are different interpretations
of Islam,
of where you talk about cutting off and where they see themselves. They certainly see it as religion. So I won't get into a philosophical debate with you.
But if you ask a mad person, are you mad? They will say, no, I'm completely sane. So that's the sort of thing that we're trying to do. There's something called normative faith or mainstream faith or the broad tent. And the problem with the labelling is that most Australians are unaware about Islam. I mean, Scott Morrison said his famous interview with Walid Ali that he said, I'm pretty sure that most Australians are unsure about Islam. When we start using the words such as radical Islam, Islamic hatred, or Islamist terrorism, what that translates to the average Joe on the street is Islam. And we have proof of this because after Bondi terror attacks took place, social media, people were commenting on social media, were unable to differentiate between a vile act of terrorism that was committed by two individuals and Islam, the faith. And that is why Muslims constantly say and urge, please don't use religion. It's not that they're saying Muslims are angels or they're above reproach. It's the fact that the majority of Australians, they don't understand Islam. And so this is really the crux of the issue.
So I will go on to this second question then. So do you accept or not accept that radical Islam was the main driving force between the Bondi terrorist attack? I think absolutely there's an aspect of extremism, which I probably would call ISIS-inspired extremism, or correctly, Daesh-inspired terrorism. I don't think you will have any Muslim argue with one of the 2 points. Extremism is something that is a problem. It needs to be expunged. It can only be done with the Muslim community as partners, and not when the community is seen as part of the problem. And again, it goes back to nomenclature, terminology. Everything seems to be unclear. You will not find any single Muslim leader that will say that's not a problem. They will say this is terrible. Why is it a problem? For two fundamental reasons. One is when Muslim extremism manifests, it's the Muslim community that reaps the whirlwind. I think there are leaders out there who have been anti-Semitic in the lead up to the tragic events of Bondi. That would be, but we will need to share the call. Sure. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your questions.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing. It's nice to have you in person rather than on the box.
Thank you.
Following up my question on Notice 1477 relating to the cost of producing the national response to Islamophobia, which has not been answered. What is the cost of the document, please?
Oh, I thought I'd submitted those questions. I'm sorry if you haven't received them. I did complete all that.
Well,
you haven't received them?
No.
Oh, I apologise. I have answered your question, so maybe I will follow up with the support envoy team as to why you haven't received those.
Is it still with the minister? It might still be with the minister.
I replied back to the envoy support team when I got the questions on notice. I responded straight away. Sorry, I apologise. I can follow that up.
In the December, thank you. In the December estimates, I asked you why your report did not mention Sharia law, and you asked what version of Sharia law. Therefore, you didn't mention any. Let me be specific. The Centre for Arbitration and Resolution of Disputes, CARD, run by the Australian National Imams Council, ANIC, the peak body for imams in Australia. This arbitrates disputes in marital areas and civil disputes. Is this an alternative system of law based on Islamic teaching rather than on the laws applying to every other Australian?
I don't think there's two systems of law. I mean, everyone here understands and fully accepts that everyone works underneath Australian law. The card, I'm not a spokesperson for the card, so that question perhaps is best answerable to them, tries to mediate and to arrive at a mutual understanding between the two partners. Now, I'm not the spokesperson. You could clarify with themselves, but I think that's what is established, why it's established.
You said it was voluntary, but apparently it's not, because by consent settlement in marital disputes can be filed with the family court as a binding agreement, an agreement made under Sharia law.
Again, I would have to push back on that. From my understanding, as I say again, I'm not a spokesperson for CARD. I've actually had no engagement with CARD as well, but it seems to be operating as many of the councils in the UK, and that is where the husband and the wife will come together with a religious imam to try and reconcile between the two. But ultimately, the divorce can only take place in a secular court. But again, you would need to direct that to CARD.
Thank you. The Australian National Imams Council has called for an end to the use of words like radical Islam and extremist Islam. Australian National Imams Council has called for an end, as leader of the annex, the Australian National Imams Council leader, Sheikh Shadi Al-Suleiman, has gone further and declared that terrorism and Islam should not be linked at all. Your report failed to mention Islamic terrorism. Will you now correct that omission you have on your statement, I must say, and discuss the link between Islamic terrorism and Islam? Feel free to include Bondi.
Yeah, sure. I've actually just finished writing an article. The first half I dedicated to you, so it should be out in a few weeks. We're going to, I answer that question very specifically. Again, one needs to understand the history of Islam rather than going on YouTube or TikTok. So the Prophet Muhammad, who's seen as the sole authority in Islam, had said 2 people will be denied paradise, and the first one is a religious extremist. So Muslims get confused when people say questions like you put forward to us, because within mainstream normative Islam, extremism is anathema. It's really something that we have to stay away from. And so those individuals that break that code or that ethical conduct, those are individuals that are on the fringes of mainstream society. So, for example, when, not that you're asking, when Scott Morrison wrote his article about reforming Islam, or he seemed to miss the point that the individuals are out of those systems. And so I guess what Adak is saying, as one of the leaders of Muslims in this country, is explained mainstream Islam does not accept extremism. It's actually anathema to Islam. But non-Muslims will say, well, these guys are like quoting from the Quran and saying God is great. There must be Muslims and Islam. So I acknowledge the confusion, but I think it can quickly be put to bed by just a simple conversation and a simple reading of history, to be honest with you as well.
Thank you. On notice, could you provide us with a copy of that article?
Which article?
The one you just
Oh, yeah. I'm hoping it will be published within 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay, and I'll put another question on notice.
Thank you, Senator Roberts, for your assistance there. Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Chair. Assalamu alaikum, Mr. Malik. Thank you so much for staying here with us at this ungodly hour.
I was actually scared if I was going to be asleep by 10:30, but the coffee kicked in, so it's all good.
Yeah, and I guess just to prove the point that you made earlier, we've seen a couple of examples of how little people in this country understand our religion. But I will move on to my questions. I'm sure that you've seen footage of police violence at Sydney's rally last night, including of Muslims who were peacefully doing their namaz in Town Hall Square, who were assaulted by police. What does that tell you about how Muslims are treated in this country?
Thank you very much, Senator, for the question. The first thing I should say is I've had a really long, good working relationship with the New South Wales Police for over a decade. There's really decent officers, and police officers tend to be stuck between a rock and a hard place. But there are some red lines, and that was crossed last night. That's simply unacceptable. And the police force should know better. New South Wales does a lot of culture training. They really understand the sensitivities around different cultures. There is no excuse, and I do not accept the Premier's response to what he said this morning. You cannot, people who are praying in the most vulnerable state, when Muslims are praying, it literally is a conversation with God. This is what a prayer is, 5 times a day. Muslims have a conversation with God. And if you quickly just go on YouTube, you will see imams praying in earthquakes, and they don't move. It's that serious. And so what happened was disgraceful. It was appalling. I spoke to many individuals who were actually beaten and grabbed and thrown on the floor. And the honest truth was, they were not angry, they were scared. We're talking in the immediate aftermath. And they were saying to me, we were just praying, what happened? We don't understand. And so the sad fact of the matter is that the police need to come out with a public apology. There needs to be an investigation, and there needs to be consequences, because that is simply unacceptable. It's not acceptable for rabbis or Buddhists or Christians or Jews or anybody praying. Prayer is sacrosanct. When the Adas synagogue was attacked, I said this is an attack on all faith, because the attack on one place of worship is an attack on all. And I consider an attack on one group of worshippers is the same.
Yeah. Thank you. I was at the rally, and I must say I was fearful as well. The distress of last night, of course, has been compounded by how some media have reported on this assault on Muslims during namaz. For example, Karl Stefanovic this morning on Channel 7's Today Show asked Premier Minns if the men were praying to bait police, and that would be weaponized against the force. What message do you have for media who spout this racist garbage?
Is there anything that Muslims can do that is just sincere? I mean, Muslims have become the go-to bogeyman. It's everything that Muslims do is wrapped in with a garb of terrorism or undermining democracy. Muslims are the same as everybody else. We just want to pay our taxes as less as possible and enjoy as much time as they can. But it's a tragedy, because yesterday, actually, I was actually in tears, because I came to this country in a short period of time. I'm saying, what's happened to this country? And it's really unfortunate that that was said, and the Premier didn't push back. The Premier should have pushed back and said, as the leader of the state with the majority Muslims, said, look, I don't agree with that characterization. Had he said that, things would have been different. But unfortunately, he responded the way he did. And this is part of the normalization in which, day by day, Muslims are being degraded in an ongoing way that it lies right in front of us. And this is the danger of Islamophobia. It doesn't necessarily lie within spectacular attacks. It's the ordinariness of Islamophobia that is destroying the dignity of Muslims who are legitimate citizens like anybody else.
Last week, and you mentioned former Prime Minister Scott Morrison, last week former Prime Minister Scott Morrison and Senator Andrew Bragg made pretty appalling public comments that blamed Muslims collectively for the Bondi attack. The former Prime Minister said his demands for a national register and accreditation for imams were about responsibility and accountability. And Senator Andrew Bragg said that the Australian Muslim community has to take some responsibility, that a lot of these extreme statements and extreme acts are coming from one particular part of the society, and that the West has probably been too nice for its own good. I mean, I could argue how horrible the West has been to so many Muslims, but my question is, would you agree that this kind of a blame game from senior political figures directly fuels Islamophobia and harms Muslims that live in this country?
Unfortunately, it does, Senator. There's a theory called consensus theory, and it's when individuals have a warped understanding of the world or holding on to a racist frame, and they see that said by a leader, it registers an endorsement. It allows them to go out and confirm and be bold with that. It also normalizes that experience as well. And it's unfortunate that Muslims are consistently, the few are constantly holding the majority to hostage. This is what's known as disenfranchisement, when the majority are blamed by the minority, and it needs to stop. It's happened far too often, and our leaders carry an immense amount of weight and responsibility. And I urge all our leaders to be responsible with their words. In fact, one of the things I do agree with Scott Morrison's, which I actually wrote, I really think it's important to look to see where this commonality, I always do that. My first impulse is to see where the commonality is. There's one thing I absolutely agree with him in this statement that he wrote, and that is that he says, with freedom comes responsibility. And this is why I urge our leaders, be responsible with your rhetoric.
Just one quick question because we're running out of time.
Yeah,
is that all right?
The hard marker is 11, but
yeah.
please, one quick question.
Yeah, Mr. Malik, I understand that the government still hasn't responded to your report. Do you know when they will respond? And are you clear on who in the government will be responding to your report?
I am eagerly waiting that response, like everybody else, but waiting for the response doesn't mean that I'm sitting back idly. There's plenty of work that I have to do, and now I have a team as well. I'm able to do that. In regards to who is going to come out with the report, I would assume it would be Minister Ali's office. I'm assuming that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Malik. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Faruqi, and thank you, Mr. Malik, for your patience this evening.
Chair, would it be possible to steal 60 seconds of your time, if I may?
With the committee's indulgence.
There's something that I would like to read to everyone, and I'm choosing this because, again, Scott Morrison credited many authors in his article, which I would like to quote one back. It's a book by Jonathan Sacks, who's a deceased rabbi of Great Britain, the UK rabbi. And Jonathan Sacks says this in his book: to be fully human, we need direct encounters with other human beings. We have to be in their presence, open to their otherness, alert to their hopes and fears, engaged in the minuet of conversation, the delicate back and forth of speaking and listening. This is how relationships are made. This is how we become moral beings. This is how we learn to think as we. I think that's an incredible, powerful statement for the times that we are facing, especially as leaders. And I just wanted to share that with the senators.
Thank you for sharing that, Mr. Malik, and that seems like an appropriate place to finish.
Thank you very much.
Which book?
It's called Morality, Jonathan Sacks, Restoring the Common Good in Divided Times.
Thank you very much. And yet again, thank you for your patience with the committee tonight. Given we got to you a bit later than we had you on the program, you go with our thanks.
Thank you very much.
That concludes today's proceedings. I thank ministers and witnesses for their attendance, as well as Hansard, Broadcasting and the Secretariat for all their assistance throughout the 2 days. Can I ask you, Senator Blythe, to please move the acceptance of documents tabled throughout today's meeting, including opening statements from the Australian Border Force and ASIO. Oh, sorry, AFP. And did you want to provide us with your opening statement?
I will, yes.
Yeah, so we'll table that as well. Thank you very much. Trying to be efficient in the wrap-up. Thank you very much, Senator Blythe, for moving those. I also remind senators that written questions on notice should be lodged with the Secretariat by 5 p.m. Friday, the 10th of April. This hearing is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.